Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Global Weird, Ghost Rider, Awakening Hellfire. Chapter 1. September in Midsummer. Evening. Except for the sly moonlight outside the window, there is the irritable chirping of cicadas. Inside the house, Lu Jie stared intently at the TV in the living room. On the screen, a dignified and beautiful host in a small black suit was reading a news release. But it wasn't the beautiful host who attracted Lu Jie. It's the news in her mouth. According to our news, a new round of weird fog has come. This time, the weird fog in the first area will appear in Annan, Shangjiang, Suchang, a total of 13 cities. After the fog falls, countless strange creatures will appear in the area. Citizens, please be prepared, try to avoid unnecessary going out, and always have the phone number of the Psychic Association. The content behind. Lu Jie was no longer in the mood to listen. At this moment, his heart is slightly cold. There is no other reason. Annan City, where Lu Jie is located, is the area shrouded in weird fog in the first district. This means, a long time to come, there will be unimaginable crises in Annan City. At that time, the mysterious and powerful strangeness will attack from unimaginable angles. Ordinary people encounter, unless luck is against the sky, basically a dead end. Oh, should I say that I am lucky or bad luck? Lu Jie laughed at himself, with a slightly helpless expression on his face. The reason why I feel lucky is purely because the weirdness has appeared for 10 years. 10 years. The strange mist has developed to the 5th district in 7 countries including Dragon Country, Lighthouse Country, Asan Country, and Neon Country. What Lu Jie is about to encounter is only the lowest level of the 1st district. The higher the area, the more dangerous it is naturally. This is why Lu Jie lamented his good luck. The mist of warp is mysterious, and no one knows how it came to be. No one can figure out the law of the strange arrival. Human beings around the world have been groping in the dark for 10 years before summing up the following experience. There are different weirdnesses in each area, which are more scattered, but there will be a weird fog immediately, and weirdness will appear, and you can get resources to improve your strength by clearing the level. Yes. The fog will bring weirdness and danger, but after clearing the level, you will also get rich resource rewards. Snapped. Lu Jie turned off the TV casually. There was no light in the room, and he lay on the sofa, staring at the dim ceiling. Sigh slightly. Lu Jie is worrying about his fate and future. Actually, he is not from this world. A year ago, when Lu Jie traveled here, besides himself, there was also an older sister in the family. And the fused memory told him that the original body was not the biological child of this family, but was adopted by the parents of this family when he was 3 years old. In other words, his sister Lu Qingyi has no blood relationship with him. But this does not hinder the relationship between them, which is intimate and harmonious. 2 years ago, sister Lu Qingyi suddenly awakened her supernatural powers, and there was a lot of movement. Lu Jie was still in school at the time and was not able to witness it with his own eyes. When he got home, he found that his sister had been taken away. As for the specific ability of sister Lu Qingyi's awakening, Lu Jie asked all the neighbors in the neighborhood, but no one can give an accurate answer, but it is rumored to be very sensational and powerful. After, Lu Jie never saw her sister again. Think here. Lu Jie on the sofa sighed again. It's a pity that I am not an awakener, alas. This world is full of weirdness. For ordinary people, nature is extremely dangerous. Once encountered, it is basically a narrow escape pattern. Naturally, those powerful awakened ones became the masters of this world. After all, they are the only existence that can fight against the weirdness. And as far as Lu Jie knows, at present, the strongest awakener of human beings has surpassed Juxing. Even the 4-star and 5-star awakeners are already considered a powerful group, the kind with explosive combat power. And the top awakened people of mankind are all concentrated in a place called Holy Spirit Academy. Holy Spirit House. It is a place that all human beings in the world dream of. Including Lu Jie. But although the awakened is very powerful, but everything about them, ordinary people don't know much about it. It's been a year since Lu Jie traveled here. Except for my sister, I have never heard of anyone who awakened in place and became a powerful and mysterious awakener. All in all, There must be a lot of awakened people among human beings, but definitely not too many. Perhaps most of them are low-level rookies with 1 or 2 stars. To become the top existence among the awakened ones is probably as difficult as reaching the sky. They are basically rare existences. Suddenly, just as Lu Ji's thoughts were racing, the bright moonlight outside the window and the irritable chirping of cicadas seemed to have been pressed the pause button in an instant. Disappeared in an instant. Subsequently, Lu Ji's eyes went dark, and his surroundings fell into complete darkness. Even the little natural light seemed to be swallowed up by some ominous and strange existence. Lu Ji's heart skipped a beat, then sank. The news just reported the strange arrival, didn't expect it to come so soon. Blinded, there was absolute silence and darkness all around. This abyss-like scene is enough to drive anyone with an immature mind crazy. Calm down first. Lu Ji's body immediately curled up from the sofa, carefully feeling all the troubles from the outside world. Strange existences are both intangible and tangible. Generally speaking, invisible weirdness is more dangerous and difficult to deal with than tangible weirdness. But Annan City is in the first area, so there is a high probability that all the strangeness encountered will be tangible. It's likely to be some weird monsters. Lu Jie began to search quickly in his mind for the strange knowledge he had collected before. Although he failed to become a powerful awakener, his sense of crisis as a time traveler had already prepared him. But, whether tangible or intangible, the common feature of the weirdness is bloodthirsty. Once caught by them, there is no other choice but to be forced to fight. So Lu Ji's current best strategy is hide well, don't be spotted by the spooky. He is not a fool, of course he would not choose to go out. However, a bloodthirsty wolf howl suddenly resounded in the small room. At the same time, there was a dark red glare. With the help of this dark red light, a wolf-shaped creature with 2 heads appeared in Lu Ji's field of vision. And the wolf eyes exuding cold-blooded bloodlust just met Lu Ji's eyes. Lu Jie was startled by the cold-blooded vertical pupil, and cursed in a low voice. Luck is really back home, the fog has just descended, and the strangeness actually came directly to the house. Is there anything more unlucky than this? After cursing. Naturally, Lu Jie would not sit still. He saw the right moment, got up from the sofa vigorously and quickly, and then with the help of the red light, he found the rope he had prepared a long time ago, tied it to the balcony, and made grips every half a meter. Dead knot. Then holding the rope, he slid down from the 5th floor. The situation downstairs is not optimistic either. As soon as Lu Jie stood firm, he saw an ugly and hideous monster at the other end, chasing and killing a group of people. He was forced to join the fleeing ranks. The result was less than 10 seconds. The 2-headed wolf monster upstairs appeared on the other side. The 2 weirdnesses intersected at both ends, directly blocking all the way of life for Lu Jie and the others. An atmosphere of fear permeated the scene. Many people even covered their mouths and noses and sobbed softly. Lu Jie clenched his fists and took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently. He looked at the environment as dark as an abyss, with the cruel and bloodthirsty weirdness on both sides. A deep sense of powerlessness and oppression filled Lu Ji's chest. Awakened, if I am an awakened. Don't be in such a dangerous situation. You can control your own destiny. Single quote. This moment, Lu Ji's desire to become an awakened person is extremely strong. He hated his incompetence now. The awakened is here. Great, we're saved. At this time, there were loud and excited voices from the crowd. The word, awakened, quickly attracted Lu Ji's attention. He followed the voices and sights of the crowd, and sure enough, he found 5 people in uniforms with different appearances and demeanors. Awakened, are these people awakened? Lu Jie keenly noticed that there was a golden 5-pointed star on the shoulders of these people's uniforms. Wait for the idlers, quickly retreat. After the 5 visitors saw that there were 2 strange ends on the scene, their faces were also very solemn. The leader made a decisive decision and drove off the ordinary people who were crowded together. Give them room to fight, so as not to let go of their hands and feet, and worry about hurting everyone all the time. Lu Jie followed the crowd and quickly squeezed to the corner, but his eyes were still fixed on the 5 legendary awakened ones. He wanted to see how these people were different from ordinary people, and what strange abilities they had awakened. Cracking wind. The 5-member team quickly fought with the 2 strange ones. The captain yelled, and a semi-elliptical cyan gust appeared in the palm of his hand. Then with a slap of the palm, he slashed the blue split-air wind on the strange neck of the 2-headed wolf. Kyla. In an instant, a large amount of wolf fur and bright red blood splashed out. Ah! The 2-headed wolf let out a strange and painful roar, and its size actually swelled by 3 points again. A pair of huge and sharp wolf claws slapped down on the captain of the awakening team in front of him. The captain looked at the ever-growing wolf claws in his pupils in horror, and found out in horror that he and others underestimated the strange strength of these 2 heads. 2nd level. These 2 strange heads have almost reached the 2nd level. Puff. However, the captain's horrified words were not finished yet. The giant wolf claws had already opened a bloody gash in his chest. The internal organs and blood clots flowed out, bloody but brutal. Team leader. Seeing this, the other 4 members couldn't help crying out in grief. However, he didn't pay attention. One of the team members was beheaded on the spot by the other side, whose strength was close to the 2nd level. Only one face-to-face. The 5-member awakened team lost 2. The scene fell into a frightening and stiff atmosphere. Ordinary people crowded at the base of the wall, including Lu Jie, watched the bloody scene in the middle of the street without daring to breathe. Many people's legs were weak in despair, and they were trembling and about to collapse to the ground. Despair, cold, fear, even the awakened ones are no match for the strangeness. Aren't they ordinary people, more lambs to be slaughtered? Everyone huddled in the corner of the wall tremblingly, looking at the condescending 2 strange men with evasive eyes, who kept smirking cruelly. The remaining 3 members of the awakened also kept swallowing saliva in their throats, and they were under a lot of pressure. The atmosphere tensed into a full bowstring. Suddenly, whoosh, there was a muffled crackling sound in the distant night sky. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Haven't waited for everyone to react. The blue-purple thunder that filled the sky filled the entire street. What? The 2 ends locked by the violent thunder let out a painful roar. And in the blink of an eye, it became 2 black lacquered cokes. Everyone stared dumbfounded at everything in the middle of the street. I saw a graceful figure appeared there at some point. Like the previous 5-member awakened squad, they also wear specific uniforms. Only 4-star. She is a 4-star awakener. Oh my god. Annan City can actually see a powerful 4-star awakener. Our Annan City is located in the 1st area. The highest is only 2 levels of weirdness, but unexpectedly, a 4-star awakened adult comes to rescue. Great. With the support of the 4-star awakened ones, we Annan will definitely be able to turn the crisis into safety. Many people in the crowd noticed that there were 4 golden 5-pointed stars on the uniform of the graceful figure. This means that this person's strength has reached the 4-star level. The 4-star awakener is the mainstay. At least much stronger than them. However, among the crowd, it was different from a group of everyone whose expressions were boiling with excitement. Lu Jie looked at the girl in the middle of the street in surprise. 4-star awakener, my sister, Lu Qingyi. Lu Jie was amazed as he looked at the sassy and graceful figure in the middle of the street. A powerful 4-star awakener, a powerful master who can kill 2 strange creatures in one blow, is actually his sister. Just now, I was still lying on the sofa guessing what kind of power my sister had awakened. Now, she held a knife and killed 2 hideous and terrifying creatures with a lightning strike. This, middle of the street, different from Lu Jiyi's surprise. After Lu Qingyi got rid of the weirdness at both ends, she calmly put away her sword. She turned her head and stared into Lu Jiyi's eyes. As soon as those bright, star-like, yet calm eyes fell into Lu Jiyi's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. Compared to my memory, Sister Lu Qingyi's demeanor is much cooler. Brother, are you okay? But when he looked at Lu Jie, he showed a gentle smile. I'm fine, sister, why are you back? Lu Jie shook his head and explained. Of course I came back to see you. Lu Qingyi looked at Lu Jie, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong, she took away the 2 red beads that fell on the ground. Let's go, I'll take you somewhere. Lu Qingyi looked at Lu Jie, and her voice was very crisp, like the jingle of a winter spring. Ah, good. Lu Jie saw that the 2 fiery red beads were dropped after killing Weird. I was wondering if this was monster-killing explosive equipment, when I heard my sister's voice, so I immediately agreed. Lu Qingyi didn't talk nonsense either. He took Lu Jiyi's hand and left here. Along the way, Lu Qingyi exudes her own aura without any scruples. The pressure of the 4-star awakened people made it impossible for any weirdness to harass them. Lu Jie silently followed behind his elder sister Lu Qingyi. There were many questions he wanted to ask, but he kept his mouth shut tactfully. Actually, I came here specifically. Finally, Lu Qingyi took the initiative to speak. Some time ago, I learned that the weird fog in the first area was about to descend on Annan City, so I planned to come here. Originally, the weirdness here should be handed over to the awakened people in the first area to deal with. The resources here are no longer useful to me. But thinking that you were still staying in Annan City, I made a special trip. Luckily I had time. Lu Qingyi was also thankful that she came in time, otherwise, her little brother would be in trouble. Hearing this, Lu Jie was a little moved. For his own safety, his sister came back in person. After all, as a 4-star awakener, under normal circumstances, he would not appear in low-level weird areas. While being moved, Lu Jie did not forget to ask about the purpose of this trip. Well, sister, where are we going? Lu Qingyi calmly said. Psychic Association, take you to the test. Test? Lu Jie didn't know why. Test whether you have supernatural talent, and if so, perform the awakening ceremony. Now that the world is recovering strangely, if you can awaken the supernatural power, even if I am not by your side, you will still have the ability to protect yourself. Lu Qingyi patiently explained. What my sister said made Lu Jiyi's expression stagnate, and then his heart instantly became hot. Supernatural talent. Awakening ceremony. He has learned before that in order to become an awakener and awaken powerful abilities, talent is very important. For ordinary people, if they have detected their supernatural talent, they only need to use a special ceremony to successfully awaken and become an awakened person. And for a very small number of gifted geniuses, they can awaken their abilities without an awakening ceremony. Such people are generally very talented, such as my own sister, Lu Qingyi. But anyway, as long as you have even a little bit of supernatural talent, you have a chance to awaken it. Of course, the strength after awakening is hard to say. There is a chance to wake up. For Lu Jie, this is already very good news. Soon, the two came to a grand and magnificent building. The first area covers a large area, including 70 cities including Annan, Shangcheng, and Sucheng. The range of each strange fog is not fixed. For example, this time, only 14 cities including Annan were the only ones covered by the strange fog. Except one area, there are more dangerous, more eerie and gloomy 2nd districts, 3rd districts, 4th districts, and 5th districts. And based on past experience, sooner or later there will be a 6th district, and even more dangerous districts 7, 8, and 9. And in each district, there will be a psionic association. At the moment, the place where Lu Qingyi brought Lu Jie was the Psychic Association of the 1st District. President, a 4-star awakener is here. In the office, a young man ran in hastily and said hastily. What? A 4-star awakener? How did such a character come back to our 1st District? Zhang Yongguo stood up abruptly and said in a deep voice. Most of these characters are in the 2nd District, and they are extremely powerful. Then the two left in a hurry, and soon saw Lu Qingyi and Lu Jie. Hello, I'm Zhang Yongguo, the president of the Psychic Association of the 1st District. I don't know what the two of you are doing here. Zhang Yongguo came down in person and asked the two of them what they wanted with a smile on their faces. I am Lu Qingyi, the captain of Team 106 in the 3rd District, and this is my younger brother Lu Jie. This time I brought him here to test his talent. Lu Qingyi nodded and explained. The 3rd area, I heard that it's weird there, it's extremely scary. 4 stars can actually go to the 3rd District. Isn't that a place only 5-star and 6-star awakeners can go? Because she's strong enough. I've heard of this person, nicknamed Female Rakshasa, and I heard that her supernatural talent is above A level. Only such a person can leapfrog to higher level weird areas. If this younger brother is tested, I'm afraid the talent level will not be low. The people around immediately talked about it. So that's it, it's a trivial matter. Zhang Yongguo learned that he was going to test his abilities. After the awakening ceremony, he personally accompanied Lu Qingyi and Lu Jie to the awakening department for testing. He is also looking forward to what level of talent Lu Jie can test. On the way to the Ministry of Awakening, Lu Qingyi's identity has alarmed many staff members of the Psychic Association one after another. They stretched their necks one by one, looking here. They all want to see what kind of abilities Lu Qingyi's younger brother will awaken. At least grade B. Your guess is too conservative. No matter what, you have to awaken an A-level ability. A-level is too exaggerated. There are only a few A-level awakeners in Dragon Kingdom. But he is Lu Qingyi's younger brother. Hiss. What the hell? If it's Lu Qingyi's younger brother, then it's entirely possible to awaken the A-level ability. I'm so excited. Could it be that our first district psychic association can also witness the birth of an A-level boss? Countless people flocked to look at Lu Qingyi and Lu Jie curiously. Lu Jie was a little unhappy when he was surrounded by so many people. But he didn't say anything. Okay, Mr. Lu, please stand up, then relax, keep meditating, and let go of your brain for about 10 seconds. Zhang Yongguo's kind and polite voice sounded. Lu Jie then stood on the test bench according to Zhang Yongguo's request. The frame of the test bench, except for the part where Lu Jie is standing, is also connected to a huge pure crystal ball. Later, if the crystal ball lights up, it means that the tester has supernatural talent. After Lu Jie stood up, he relaxed and began to meditate. In 10 seconds, the crystal ball then emitted a hazy light. When Lu Qingyi saw this scene, a trace of imperceptible joy flashed across her calm face. Zhang Yongguo even shouted, "The test is passed. Mr. Lu Jie is indeed gifted with supernatural powers." After Lu Jie heard this, his heart was even more shaken. I have supernatural talent and can awaken into a powerful awakener. Next, this is the most critical awakening ceremony. Zhang Yongguo personally ordered the secretary to bring a deep black profound stone with a simple and heavy shape. It is engraved with complex and mysterious runes and patterns. At first glance, it seems to be able to involve the soul of a person. Lu Jie only needs to put his hand on it, and the physical abilities will manifest under the traction of the black stone. At that time, what ability and level it is, you will be able to see it at a glance. The hearts of many onlookers also mentioned their throats. They are all curious. What level of power can Lu Qingyi's younger brother awaken? Take a deep breath. Lu Jie put his hand on the black stone slowly and solemnly, accompanied by the closeness of his palm. The mysterious stone that was originally deep and calm suddenly burst out with brilliant divine light. On the mysterious stone, those originally quiet, mysterious and complicated runes and patterns seemed to come alive, spinning and flying on Lu Jiyi's palm. Tang! A ball of flame suddenly appeared in Lu Jiyi's hand. Ability, Fire. Seeing the fire, Zhang Yongguo instinctively frowned. The power level of this ball of fire seems average. The other onlookers also looked blank. That's it. They had waited for so long and been curious for so long, but Lu Qingyi's younger brother awakened such an ordinary group of flame abilities. At this time, Zhang Yongguo took the black stone from Lu Jiyi's hand, and after looking at the ancient and mysterious and complicated rune patterns lit up on it, he finally shook his head. Sighed. F-level ability, aerobic inflammation. Wow, when everyone heard that it was only an F-level ability, there was an instant uproar. Aerobic inflammation means that it is just the most common and basic flame. It needs the supply of oxygen to burn to form, and it has no characteristics at all. No one thought that Lu Qingyi's younger brother would awaken the lowest level of F-level talent. Looking back at the person involved, Lu Jie, he was also stunned in place, as if he was dumbfounded. Everyone shook their heads, and many people sighed slightly. It's normal, after anyone awakens a garbage F-level ability, they will be in this state of despair. However, to the surprise of all of them, at this time, Lu Jie, it wasn't because of the awakening of the F-level ability that he froze in place. Instead, an unfamiliar voice was heard. Ding! The host is detected, and the God-level fusion system is being bound. Binding. Binding successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the system and obtaining a God-level template. After a long time, Lu Jie regained his composure. He found that the eyes of the people around him looked at him as if something was wrong. It was a look of pity with a little gloating. Even her elder sister Lu Qingyi looked complicated when she looked at her. Ahem, well, Since little brother Lu has completed the awakening ceremony, come and report tomorrow. Zhang Yongguo coughed twice at this moment, breaking the existing deadlock. The others also had strange looks frequently, and when they walked, they turned around every step of the way. It seems to be wondering why Lu Qingyi's younger brother is so weak in talent. But everyone was silent, so they wouldn't be so stupid as to say it face to face. Lu Jie, it's okay, it's not just an F-level supernatural talent, and it's not that no one will become a strong one. Besides, it's not terrible to have low talent. What's terrible is that you don't have an indomitable and strong heart. At this moment, Lu Qingyi opened her mouth to comfort Lu Jie. Her pleasant voice was like a clear silver bell. Well, Lu Jie touched his nose. He wanted to say it. Yes, although the strength of my awakened ability is very low, only F level. But I can't stand it, I have a system. Just now. A God-level fusion system, that I just bound, came up with a set of God-level templates. As long as they merge, they will be able to possess God-level supernatural talents in the future. However, as long as Lu Jie is not out of his mind, he will not say anything about the fact that he has awakened the system. Then, he smiled, with a sunny arc at the corner of his mouth, and he said cheerfully, I'm fine, don't worry, sister, I'm too happy to be happy after awakening the power. After Lu Qingyi heard this, her cold face froze, a little stunned. Obviously, he doesn't understand why his younger brother has such a good mentality. But she let out a long breath. That's good, let's go back first. Subsequently, Lu Qingyi took Lu Jie and Zhang Yongguo to say hello, and returned the same way. Lu Jie followed behind. Perhaps it was because of the successful awakening just now. He felt that his hearing was much better. Now, he heard the whispered discussions of many people in the entire psychic association. It's such a pity, the younger brother of a dignified S-level superhuman is actually only an F-level. God really likes to tease people. Even though they were all born in the same family, the younger brother and older sister are so different. Don't look at my brother who looks very open-minded on the surface, I guess his heart has already been twisted and crazy. Quote. Lu Jie was shocked when he listened. What surprised him wasn't what others thought of him, but his sister's talent level, which was as high as S rank. To know, the talent levels of the awakened, from low to high, are F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. S-level supernatural talents are almost the top batch, okay. Lu Jie couldn't help but cast his eyes on Lu Qingyi, and found that she was quite calm. He didn't seem to take other people's comments into his heart at all. So cold, such a cool sister. Lu Jie made the final evaluation in his heart. After going back, it was discovered that the weird fog that had shrouded Annan City had dissipated. This is the case with the strange arrival. It comes and goes without a trace, and it is difficult to grasp the law. Go to the door of the house. Lu Jie took out the key and opened the door. At the end of the facing corridor, a black and white photo is hung on the white wall. Those were the dead parents of Lu Jie and Lu Qingyi. 5 years ago, they died together in the weird mist. It seems to be touched by the scene, and it seems to be the sadness of returning home. Sister Lu Qingyi stared blankly at the photos of her parents on the wall for a long time. After a long time, he said, when I enter the 4th district, I will take the assessment and go to the Holy Spirit Academy. Lu Jie turned to look at her, his eyes wide open. Holy Spirit Academy. This is a holy place where top awakened human beings gather. It is the place everyone yearns for. The gold content is countless times higher than that of the Northern Qing Consortium in the previous life. Sister, Holy Spirit Academy is not that easy to get into. Lu Qingyi nodded and said nothing. It's just that there is a little more firmness in the eyes staring at the photos of his parents. Brother, do you know that there is actually something else hidden about the truth of this world? Behind the strange recovery lies an astonishing secret. Only by entering the Holy Spirit Academy can I find the answer. These inexplicable weirdnesses have taken the lives of my parents and countless people. Maybe I can know how to end the weirdness. So for you, for my parents, I must go in. Lu Qingyi said these words firmly. Okay, sister, then I will go to the Holy Spirit Academy to find you. Lu Jie grinned, without any doubt that with her sister's talent, it would be a matter of time before she entered the Holy Spirit Academy. As for myself, I must enter the Holy Spirit Academy. Become the most powerful and majestic strongman in this world. Okay, I believe you can do it too. Lu Qingyi smiled softly and touched Lu Jie's head. Although he knew that his younger brother's awakening was only an F-level talent, the hope of entering the Holy Spirit Academy was almost zero. But she didn't want to hit the only younger brother. Don't keep touching my head, my hair is all messed up. Lu Jie shook his head, a symbolic resistance. I'm your sister, what's wrong with touching you twice? Didn't you often touch like this when you were young? Come here. Lu Qingyi started directly. Facing the elder sister of the 4-star awakener, Lu Jie can only obediently catch her with nothing. After playing and playing for a while, Lu Qingyi's eyes showed a bit of reluctance. These 2 fire source crystals are left for you, which can help you increase your source power and promote the cultivation of supernatural powers. You are already an awakened person. If my sister is not by your side in the future, you must work hard to cultivate and become stronger, and strive to become an independent and strong person as soon as possible. I heard that in the strange mist, sometimes some rare treasures will appear, which can improve the talent level. When there is a chance, I will help you find it. Lu Qingyi handed over the 2 red beads she had put away to Lu Jie's hand. After instructing the functions, he said, I still have a mission to do. I have already delayed too much time in Annan City this time, so I can't stay any longer. It's weird and dangerous, you must be careful. Seeing her sister Lu Qingyi's serious eyes, Lu Jie blinked and nodded, don't worry, I've remembered everything. Subsequently, after Lu Qingyi looked at the black and white photos of her parents for a while, she left in a hurry. Lu Jie shook his head. It was the first time to face this unrelated sister in person after traveling through time, and it felt amazing. That kind of deep affection, from the elder sister's deep love for the younger brother, made him feel a bit of warmth in his lonely heart in this world. Forget it, don't think about it too much. Let's quickly see what the template I got is. I was at the Psychic Association in the first area before, and time was tight, so I didn't have time to check it myself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level template, Ghost Rider. Is it integrated? Whether. When Lu Jie heard about Ghost Rider, he was taken aback for a moment, and then his heart suddenly burst into endless ecstasy. He actually got the template of Ghost Rider. This is immortal, eternal, and immortal. A single eye of judgment can turn a conscience-stricken thug into good. One stare can cause the enemy to suffer great mental pain, and even stare to death directly. A mysterious and special supernatural fire of hell, which can burn and incinerate all matter and souls. Especially when it turns into hellfire itself. All physical and non-physical means of attack are ineffective. It is 10,000 times stronger than the elemental body of a devil fruit. It really deserves to be a god-level template. If it doesn't merge now, when will it be? Lu Jie directly checked, yes. Start fusion. Fusion successful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully merging the Ghost Rider template. Current template fusion degree, 1%. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability, Hellfire. With the clang of the system sound, a series of mysterious changes took place in Lu Jie's body. He was surprised to find out. My original F-level ability, the aerobic flame of the thief's garbage ability, directly turned into Hellfire. Awesome. Lu Jie called him a good guy. Just 1% of the fusion template gives Hellfire such a good thing. If the fusion is 100%, is it still worth it? Ding. Reminder. The Hellfire currently owned by the host is only the lowest level version. With the increase of the fusion degree, the Hellfire will be stronger, and even burn the soul and burn the void. Sure enough, it's just the lowest level version. Lu Jie had expected this. Even so, he also felt satisfied. Because even the lowest level of Hellfire is probably rated at least S level in this world. Even higher. In the future, if I improve my cultivation and increase the degree of template integration, the Hellfire will only become stronger, not to mention unlocking a series of other perverted BUG level abilities of Ghost Rider. Great. With the Ghost Rider template and the Academy of the Holy Spirit, I can also enter. Lu Jie's heart was surging. Immediately decided to strike while the iron was hot. He took out the 2 fire source crystals that his sister gave him just now. Then hold it in the palm of your hand, meditate and refine. Wisps of fiery red attribute energy began to flow continuously in his body. Soon, with one point of Lu Ji's finger, the hellfire he can summon is bigger and more blazing. Ding! Congratulations to the improvement of the host's strength, and reward template integration. Current template fusion degree, 2%. Lu Jie felt that he had guessed right. Improving the strength can indeed improve the integration of the template. Just now, he just casually refined 2 fire source crystals that exploded strangely, and the progress of the template increased by 1%. Certainly, in the early stage, it was because Lu Ji's cultivation base was low, so he improved quickly. In the later stage, the improvement speed will slow down, and it may take a long time to increase a little progress. However, it would be too monotonous to rely solely on practice to improve the integration of templates. Lu Jie felt that the system should be more than that. He immediately asked, "System, besides improving strength, is there any other way to increase template integration?" Ding! Answering the host, improving strength, killing strangeness, and improving the proficiency of Hellfire can all increase the degree of template fusion. I see. In addition to improving the cultivation base, the system also gives 2 options for killing strangeness and improving Hellfire proficiency. It fits right in with this weirdly resurgent world. I can use Hellfire in actual combat, while killing weirdness, while improving the proficiency of Hellfire. Moreover, during the battle, feeling the pressure of the moment of life and death will be more conducive to my future practice. Trinity, as long as I fight a lot, the fusion of the templates will definitely soar. Lu Jie was in a great mood. To know, Ghost Rider is strong. The eye of judgment can influence a good-hearted person to repent in place with a single glance, and it can blast a person full of evil with a glance, causing them to explode on the spot and spiral up to heaven. In the later stage of Hellfire, it can even transform into Hellfire Rain to eradicate evil in the world. Ghost Rider's iconic weapon chain can also be transformed into a death scythe, short sword, dagger, nunchaku, stunned mallet and other artifacts at will. In terms of setting, except for the creation level existence, Ghost Rider can't kill ordinary people at all. Ghost Rider's immortal body is a bug level existence in terms of spirit and soul. Any non-material attack will cause 0 damage to him. Illusions can also be easily broken. His head was blown off, his limbs were torn off, and he only needed 1 breath to grow back. Ghost Rider was blasted into a skeleton by the missile, and reassembled within 3 seconds. The skeleton is blasted into slag by the plasma energy at the speed of light, and the Hellfire can restore it after a while. In other words, if Lu Jie suffered any harm in his mortal body, he would be stabbed, bombed and cut in half. What the hell, just transform into a Hellfire. In less than 3 seconds, it can be restored. Ghost Rider is such a pervert. As long as the degree of fusion continues to increase in the future, it will reach a sufficient height. In this strangely revived world, I am a godlike existence. But, the premise of everything is that the degree of integration is high enough, and it needs to be gradually improved. Lu Jie calmed down for a while. He held up his right index finger. With a tang, a small flame appeared. There is little change in the appearance of the flames on the fingers, but there is a trace of golden outline in the core. Lu Jie feels that if the Hellfire continues to improve, it should completely transform into a pure golden flame later on. Think about it. Lu Jie aimed the flame at the wall of his own house, and then gently loosened it forward. There is no blockage, no stagnant feeling. Lu Jie's finger burning with pale golden Hellfire directly penetrated this thick reinforced concrete wall. This scene really shocked Lu Jie himself. The walls of my house are at least 24 centimeters thick. With such thick reinforced concrete, let alone a flame as big as a finger, the whole house may not be destroyed if it burns for 3 days and 3 nights. My Hellfire actually melted it in an instant. Obediently. So scary. So scary. Lu Jie felt the power of his Hellfire firsthand. Such a high temperature and destructive power, I don't know that those weird creatures in the mist can't stand it. Then Lu Jie began to try to develop various new moves from Hellfire. After all, the proficiency of Hellfire is also an item to improve the fusion of templates. Lu Jie first transformed the flames of his fingers into the shape of a 10-centimeter fire sword. This light golden fire sword with a length of about 10 centimeters flew in the air above Lu Ji's palm. Do whatever you want, like your arm dictates. Go. Lu Jie looked at the big tree outside the window, and there were cicadas singing all the time. Boom. Under the command of Lu Jie Xingxin, the little fire sword shot out through the air, piercing through the big tree outside the window instantly with lightning speed. The big tree was directly shot bald by the light golden small fire sword made of hellfire. Starting from the upper trunk, the entire head of the tree was burned to ashes. The distance is about 20 meters. After the test just now, Lu Jie found that the limit distance he can currently control over hellfire is 20 meters. If this number is exceeded, the speed, power, and sensitivity of hellfire will drop by a large margin. After experimenting with this number, Lu Jie tried to turn the hellfire into the shape of fire rings, bullets, and devil's claws. A full half of the night, he spent all his time experimenting with new moves. Until finally exhausted, unable to lift his tired eyelids, he collapsed on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, when the sun is 3 poles, Lu Jie just woke up yawning. He covered his mouth with one hand, and he didn't forget to go to the Psychic Association in the 1st District today to report. After washing, Lu Jie simply packed up his clothes, followed the route he remembered from yesterday, and came to the Psychic Association in the 1st District again. But Lu Jie found that he seemed to have become a celebrity here. As soon as he stepped through the door, he attracted countless eyes. Many people whispered, and looked at themselves from the corner of their eyes from time to time. That posture is like that of a 30-year-old unmarried girl who is secretly discussed by countless old women after she returns to her hometown. Lu Ji's perception is very good. Almost no need to listen carefully, you can hear words such as, S-level sisters trash brother, F-level trash, and so on. Laugh it off. Lu Jie didn't take other people's eyes seriously. Only the weak or self-pitying and sensitive. Hello, I'm Lu Jie who came to awaken yesterday, and I'm here to report today. Walking to the front of the Psychic Association, Lu Jie explained his purpose. After simple registration, after a while, a man and a woman walked down the stairs, holding folders and wearing black suits. That woman Lu Jie has the impression that she is the secretary of the President Zhang Yunhai. I'm Wang Qi, secretary of the President. You're here to report, right? Secretary Wang Qi glanced at Lu Jie lightly, her tone was very cold. Not even a hello to greet each other. It was in stark contrast to the respectful appearance of holding the mysterious stone in both hands yesterday. In her eyes, the opponent is just a small character with F-level talent. Nothing more than having an S-rank older sister. As long as you don't blame yourself, it's fine. There is no need to waste your enthusiasm. Lu Jie saw it, and didn't say much, just simply nodded. Okay, then come up with me. Finished speaking. Wang Qi turned her head and went upstairs. No extra greetings at all. Looking at Wang Qi's cold, businesslike back, Lu Jie raised his eyebrows. He knows. The reason why the other party appeared was because of her sister Lu Qingyi's face. After all, it's just an awakened person with an F-level ability coming to report, and the secretary of the president personally received it, which is enough. But Lu Jie didn't care either. In this world where the world is recovering strangely, the strong are destined to be respected. If you have no strength, you will definitely be looked down upon. After going upstairs, the man in suit next to Secretary Wang Qi took out a uniform and handed it to Lu Jie. Then there is a golden 5-pointed star badge. This means Lu Jie is a 1-star awakened. After completing the registration and checking the information, put on this uniform, and you will be an awakened person officially filed by the Psychic Association. As an awakened person, the usual task is to patrol. Once there is something strange nearby, the association will notify you to solve it. When collecting uniforms and badges, Secretary Wang Qi talked about some tasks among the awakened ones. Lu Jie frowned upon hearing this. Patrol. Strange, isn't this thing only available when the fog falls? The corners of Wang Qi's mouth, which was painted with high-end lipstick, raised a superior arc. She glanced at Lu Jie and said with a chuckle, "Who told you that weird things will only appear when the weird fog falls? It's just that when the mist appears, the number of weird creatures will increase significantly, and there are all kinds of weird things. As for the weirdness that occurs on weekdays, the number is relatively small, and they are generally dealt with by the awakened ones. Liu Jie suddenly realized that it was so. No wonder there were always a lot of gods and monsters news on the internet before, and then they were all deleted the next day. So there is no so-called quiet time. But all along, there have been awakened people from the Psionic Association walking forward with heavy burdens behind them. I just don't know which one is stronger, the weirdness that appears in the weekdays, or the fog. Liu Jie pondered. Now that I have awakened Hellfire, if I keep wasting my time on dealing with weird things, it will be troublesome. Thinking of this, Liu Jie couldn't help asking, then what are the conditions for the awakened of our first district to go to the second district? As soon as the words came out, Wang Qi frowned slightly, and looked at Liu Jie suspiciously. Of course, the strength test has reached 3 stars. The second area is a place that is far more dangerous than the first area. The lowest level there are all third-order strange creatures. Awakened people don't have the strength of 3 stars, and they are courting death if they go there. Of course, this evaluation can be based on the strength of the original force, but a person with strong talent, even if he is only a 2-star, can still display the combat power of a 3-star. As long as you pass the assessment, you can enter the second district as a 2-star. Oh, Liu Jie nodded knowingly. He knew that his sister Liu Qingyi was a 4-star, but she was the captain of a team in the third district. They must be the group of talented people that Wang Qi said. Seeing Liu Ji's pensive look, Wang Qi immediately sullenly reminded. I warn you, although low-level awakened people can indeed obtain richer resources and improve their strength faster by going to high-level areas, but that is all for talented geniuses, otherwise they will face death. You don't want to do such a risky thing. The implication is obvious. That is, it is the work of geniuses, so don't meddle in it. There is no need for a person with an F-level talent to be whimsical. Although Wang Qi didn't say it clearly, everyone could understand the meaning. This kind of sarcasm and contempt. For ordinary people, it would have blown their hair long ago. But Liu Jie didn't care at all. Purely because his mind is not here now. What he was thinking was, how can I increase the proficiency of Hellfire? At this stage, he can change shape with Hellfire, but it's a bit too rough to be honest. For example, the little fire sword condensed last night only had the outline of a sword, details and so on, asking is rough. Not to mention the simpler fire rings and bullets. As for the devil's hand, Liu Jie himself laughed if the crooked flaming chicken feet counted. This means that his proficiency is not high. The higher the proficiency, the more lifelike the image that can be condensed. For example, if you condense a dagger, the lines on it can be clearly seen, and the blade, and blood groove can be clearly seen. Or condense into a hidden weapon type like an embroidery needle. After all, the real kung fu can only be seen in the microcosm. What is needed is actually meticulous control. Thinking, the man in the suit next to Wang Qi took Liu Jie to collect the weapon. This is a benefit that every awakened member of the Psionic Association has. The man in the suit handed Liu Jie a dark golden dagger. To the touch, the dagger was heavier than ordinary metal, and it felt slightly cool to the touch. When the nails came into contact with it, a slight hum could be heard. This dagger is made of special metal. It is a low-level spiritual weapon and can be blessed with supernatural powers. The man in the suit explained. Liu Jie carefully touched the dagger with his hand and nodded. In fact, all the things sent by the Psionic Association are basically made of special materials. Just like Sister Liu Qingyi's sword, including the uniforms on his body, which are also made of special materials and have certain defensive capabilities, but they are all basic. After receiving the weapon, Liu Jie has a full set of equipment for an awakened person. After, Secretary Wang Qi took him to the door of a room. Tuk tuk, please come in. A strong man's low voice came from inside the door. Open the door. There are 4 1-star awakened in uniform. Wang Qi said. This is the 749th squad in the 1st district. Last year, a member died during a patrol mission, and has been missing until now. Now you are one of them. According to the regulations of the Psychic Association, the full size of a team is generally 5 people. Liu Jie nodded to show his understanding, and greeted the 4 players politely. Yu Shan, You are the captain, let him familiarize himself with the environment. Wang Qi left after saying this, as if she disliked the environment here. There were only 5 of them left. A strong man with a cigarette in his mouth, wearing a white vest, showing developed explosive muscles, walked up to Lu Jie with a grin. He was nearly 2 meters tall, looked down into Lu Jie's eyes condescendingly, and said with a smile. Boy, I know your name, Lu Jie. This is the training room of our team. There are a lot of training equipment that you can't see outside. See that white machine? The gravity acceleration cabin can reach up to 20 times the Earth's gravity, 10 times more than the National Astronaut Training Cabin. There is also that black device that looks like a gun barrel. It is a sonic air cannon. As the name suggests, it can launch a sonic air cannon attack, which is specially used to train the speed and reaction ability of the awakened. But remember to wear special cushioning equipment when using it, lest your small body be beaten into a poached egg by the air cannon. Ha 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 ha. The other 3 team members burst out laughing under the joke of Captain Yu Shan. The corners of Lu Jie's eyes were sweating, it's so funny. But the training equipment inside did attract Lu Jie's curiosity. The acceleration chamber with 20 times the gravity, the air cannon that can emit sonic air cannonballs, and many other equipment that look very bluffing. It all feels great. And this is still only the training equipment of the first district. Lu Jie has no reason not to believe that there are no more powerful equipment in other more advanced areas. Ah, it's quite powerful. Lu Jie looked around at the many equipment inside and said sincerely. Ha, you know what to do. Yu Shan was very satisfied with Lu Jie's reaction, and his eyebrows were beaming with pride. This is just the tip of the iceberg of our psychic association. The 3rd floor is the trading department of our association. Usually, the awakened people can exchange resources with each other. The 4th floor is the logistics and support department of the association. The 5th floor is where the president and some senior executives of the association work. The really powerful one is on the 6th floor. On the top floor of our association, there is also a simulated training ground. This is a good thing specially made by the big shots in the 5th district. It can 100% simulate the strange actual combat encountered in the fog, and it is divided into several grades to choose from. Every time a genius wants to go to a higher level area through the combat power level, he will choose to simulate the actual combat clearance in the simulated training ground. Yu Shan introduced it eloquently. Lu Jie's eyes lit up when he heard about the simulated training ground. He hurriedly asked, is this simulated training ground able to 100% simulate the battle when encountering different levels of weirdness? Yu Shan was taken aback, nodded and said, that's right, not only are there several difficulty levels to choose from, but the number can also be adjusted. When Lu Jie heard it, his heart became even hotter. 100% simulation of actual combat. You can also choose the weird level and quantity. This is almost tailor-made for myself to improve the proficiency of Hellfire. He couldn't wait to go up and challenge this so-called simulated training ground. At this time, after the Captain Yu Shan introduced the basic matters here, he patted Lu Jie on the shoulder with a smirk on his cigarette holder and said, Lu Jie, you boy became famous in the psychic association of our district yesterday. But I can warn you, although you have an S-rank sister, but this is the 1st district, facing strangeness, you will die at any time. It's not that you can have a soft meal with a backer. In the face of life and death crisis, no backer can save you. With that said, it's almost called Lu Jie a useless wretch who can only rely on the name of an S-rank sister. Lu Jie is easygoing, doesn't cause trouble, but is not afraid of trouble. His face turned cold, and he replied directly, I appreciate your kindness. But I don't need any name from my sister. I can also become a strong person with my own ability. You don't need to be weird here. Hearing this, Yu Shan bit his cigarette butt and grinned, but said nothing. Patted Lu Jie on the shoulder and walked away. He waved his hand as he left. So much the better, The next day, Lu Jie put on the formal attire of the awakened, and started his first patrol mission with Team 749. Patrols are boring. Basically, everyone takes a newspaper to block most of the body, and then concentrates on paying attention to the people passing by in the streets and alleys. All day long, Lu Jie didn't find any possible strange appearances. Until evening, Lu Jie, who had been patrolling all day, was yawning boringly and suddenly received a notice that strange creatures appeared nearby. He rushed over immediately. Team 749 assembled quickly. The captain, Yu Shan, put away the bad smile from before and turned serious. After explaining the battle arrangements of each member of the team, he turned his attention to Lu Jie specifically. F-level rookie, when you start fighting later, just remember to take care of yourself, don't die the first time you get out of a mission. The voice just fell. Boom. Suddenly there was a violent shaking under his feet. Several people quickly turned their heads to look. A strange creature with thick limbs exuding white cold air appeared in front of everyone. This strange creature has a sharp inverted triangle nose on its head. A pair of ice blue pupils, full of evil. At its feet lay a trembling mother and daughter. The cold air emanating from the strange creature has obviously invaded the bodies of the mother and daughter. Their faces were pale, revealing an unhealthy bruise. All team members obey the order and line up. Keep the formation. Crazy. Let's contain this frost-cold stone mandrill, you go save people. With a sullen face, Yu Shan quickly issued combat orders. The team members acted immediately, each changing their formation. Two of them pressed behind Yu Shan, forming a golden triangle structure instead. Another team member with yellow hair saw the right moment, and his body turned into an afterimage and moved to another corner. Lu Jie looked at the frost-cold stone mandrill by himself, and his heart was eager to try. This is a relatively common strange creature. In the Encyclopedia of Common Strange Creatures, released yesterday, this number ranked 13th, which is considered weird on the bad street. However, although Lu Jie wanted to make a move, he wanted to test the power of his Hellfire. But he still endured patiently and did not rush to make a move. The captain, Yu Shan, has a huge physique. With a height of nearly 2 meters, coupled with explosive muscles, he is simply a humanoid tyrannosaur. At this moment, he roared, his eyes turned red, and his skin began to feel hot. In a short while, he, who was already huge, unexpectedly increased in size by several latitudes again. D-level power, Man of Steel. As the name suggests, this ability can make the body comparable to steel, develop to the depths, and punch a sissy. At the moment, after Yu Shan transformed, he made the first move with a low growl. Although he is only a 1-star awakener, he is much stronger than ordinary people by virtue of his D-level ability and natural size advantage. At the same time, because frost-cold stone mandrill was attracted by Yu Shan, the mother and daughter under his feet were also rescued by Zhang Kuang's ability. D-level ability, Phantom. It can turn the body into a ghostly latent image, and its speed and concealment can be greatly enhanced. However, since it is only enhanced in terms of speed, it is more suitable for roles such as scouts and espionage. Die to my father. Finally, Yu Shan, who had transformed into a little titan, let out a furious roar, and with his pure black mace, he slammed heavily on the waist of the first-order strange frost-cold stone mandrill. Click. The huge force directly smashed a small part of frost-cold stone mandrill's body. Crushed stones with a frosty white air fell to the ground. But to the frost-cold stone mandrill, it was just a piece of shit. Its ice-blue bewitching eyes flashed with blue light. The body erupted with a more intense low temperature. Even the ground 5 meters around was frozen with a thick layer of ice. Yu Shan was shivering from the cold, shivering all over his body. The two sides fell directly into a bitter battle. Seeing this, the other team members were very anxious. Oops, the special ability of this weird creature is ice attribute, it's better to have fire attribute ability to restrain it. Grandmas, the captain is a strength attribute, arrogance is a wind attribute, you and I are both agility attributes, where can I find fire attribute awakeners? This is troublesome. Zhang Kuang had just arranged the rescued mother and daughter, and ran over to remind him. Our new Lu Jie, isn't he a fire attribute? As soon as this statement came out, the other two teammates looked at him with strange expressions. Do you really know or not? He is an F-level supernatural aerobic inflammation, what can he do? When Zhang Kuang heard about the F-level ability, he immediately shut up. The battle situation is quite anxious. Except Lu Jie, several other team members also joined the battlefield one after another. The 4 1-star awakened people worked together, and under the main attack of Captain Yu Shan, Finally, frost-cold stone mandrel's head was smashed with a hammer. Boom! With another blow of the hammer, Yushan also smashed the other bodies of frost-cold stone mandrel into pieces. Braving the cold air, frosty white gravels were scattered all over the ground. Leaning on a mace, Yushan panted heavily. Ha, ha, ha. Grandmas, it's hard and cold. This stone mandrel is really hard to deal with. Yushan laughed, showing his big teeth, full of aftertaste after the war. The other team members also breathed a sigh of relief. They rested on their knees. Lu Jie felt a little regretful. He didn't even make a move, and the weirdness was solved by his teammates. Originally, I wanted to test the power of Hellfire. However, it hasn't been long since Lu Jie felt sorry. From the front battlefield and behind Yushan, the pile of cold mandrel corpses piled up like a hill suddenly began to shake. And the trend is getting faster and faster and more intense. I haven't waited for everyone to react. Clatter. These frosty gravels are back again. The frost-cold stone mandrel survived, or was reborn once again. When Yushan reacted, it had already completed the reconstruction of its body. The relaxation and joy on Yushan's face froze immediately, and pulled down instantly. When did this ghost thing have the ability to regenerate? More terrible things are behind. After the frost-cold stone mandrel was reborn, its aura became even stronger, and the cold air coming out of its body, the ground that could be frozen rose directly from a radius of 5 meters to tens of meters in radius. Several times the improvement. Second order. This strange creature has soared to the second level of strength after being reborn once. Team, Captain, I remembered. In the brand new manual issued to us by the 2nd District, this mutated frost stone drill is mentioned. This kind of mutated weirdness will greatly enhance its own attributes. If we can't completely reduce it to ashes, we will never be able to kill it. Zhang Kuang opened his mouth tremblingly at this moment, and a picture book he had read half a year ago sounded. What? Nima, so perverted. When Yushan heard Zhang Kuang's words, his whole body trembled. Regardless of his physical exhaustion, he immediately jumped up and pulled out his mace to counter the enemy. Next second, my forehead is trembling. Yushan's muscles all over his body convulsed from the cold, and he began to speak gibberish. The ice-blue pupils of frost-cold stone mandrel's bewitching ice-blue pupils just happened to burst into a radiant look. Cold air comparable to a small storm swept over the bodies of all members of the 749 team. Almost as if they were shattered, they completely made them fall to the ground trembling and freezing, convulsing and losing their mobility. The nearest team leader, Yushan, was severely injured by the freezing of his skin all over his body. And the entire ground, railings, cars, and buildings were covered with a thick layer of frost. It has become a Fangbing snow world. The second-order strange creature is really too powerful. Far from being able to resist a one-star awakener. For a while, there are many crises. The entire 749 team fell into a critical situation of annihilation. Fear, unwillingness, and regret are written all over their faces. Just when Yushan, Zhang Kuang and the others were disheartened and prepared to close their eyes and wait for death. Sudden tread. There was a crisp sound of feet stepping on thin ice. Lu Jie slowly walked up to this second-order strange creature, frost-cold stone mandrel. This scene, it directly made Yushan's eyes widen, his face full of confusion and anxiety. Regardless of the frostbite all over his body, he exhausted his last strength and loudly discouraged Lu Jie. Lu Jie, are you dying? Get out of the way, run for your life. Maybe I can still escape, and go to the association to bring in reinforcements. The other 3 team members also looked at Lu Jie impatiently, thinking that this stunned young man who had awakened the rubbish F-level ability was looking for death. While the weirdness hasn't caught on to you, when will you wait if you don't flash at this moment? However, Lu Jie looked calm. The footsteps are steady and firm on the thick ice. Then the index finger of the right hand turned slightly, and then it turned into a circle at will. Point forward casually. Rumble. A thick flame with golden light shining at its core swept across the entire street in an instant. The blazing heat melted all the ice. The gorgeous firelight brings long-lost warmth. The flickering light not only relieved the cold weather in this world, but also dispelled the stiffness of Yushan and the others. The firelight flickered and danced in the pupils of Yushan and the others, like the early sun in the extreme day, melting everything. At this moment, shock was written on their faces. The whole person was completely stunned, all dumbfounded. What kind of flame is this that can actually melt the black ice? Is this still Liu Jie? Wasn't he awakening the most trashy F-level ability, aerobic inflammation? Everyone knows that this kind of fire needs oxygen to support the combustion, and it is not even as good as the liquefied gas fire of the household gas stove. Gulu. Yu Shan's Adam's apple twitched, his eyes magnified, and he stared at Liu Jie, as if he had seen a ghost. Liu Jie glanced at the scene from the corner of his eye. Sigh slightly. There are many people here, the land is narrow, the captain and the others are injured again, it is difficult to operate. Once you hit too hard, it will easily affect them. Just now, Liu Jie's flames have been more careful and careful. I'm afraid that if one is not paying attention, he will roast his own people. Let the weirdness away first, and then talk about it in an empty and uninhabited place. There's a lack of scope here. Liu Jie made a decisive decision, raised his eyebrows and made a provocative expression at Wei Wei, and ran away in a hurry. Frost Cold Stone Drill. I am Nima. The action Liu Jie made before he left angered the weird guy who had just finished his promotion on the spot. Labor and management have only been promoted to the second level, and there are people who don't have long-sighted things coming to die. So Frost Cold Stone Mandrill roared and chased after him on the spot. He actually lured the stone demon away by himself, isn't he crazy? This is a second-order strange creature, you will definitely die if you do this. Could it be that he was stunned by the frozen attribute of Shidrill just now? A little farther away, Zhang Kuang and the other two awakened team members were shocked. In order to distract the strange creatures, he actually made such a big sacrifice. At this moment, the image of Liu Jie in their hearts instantly became extremely stalwart. It's a man. Ahem. Hurry up, we have to support him. Team leader Yu Shan coughed out a mouthful of dark red blood clots, apparently suffering from internal injuries from the frostbite, and the injuries were severe. He frowned in pain, and while watching Liu Jie's leaving direction worriedly, he took out a test tube-like rose-purple potion. Open the bottle cap and drink the rose-purple potion in one gulp. After Yu Shan took the potion, he immediately recovered from his injuries cross-legged. Seeing this, the other team members quickly meditated. After a while, Yu Shan, who managed to recover part of his injuries and mobility by relying on the potion, quickly chased after him. 3 less injured players followed closely behind. The other side. Liu Jie didn't know the way either. Anyway, he turned around and lured Frost Cold Stone Mandrill to an empty square. He looked around and nodded with satisfaction. Well, this place is big enough, and there are no people, so I'm not afraid that I won't be able to let go. Boom. At the same time, there was a vibration. The Frost Cold Stone Drill was already moving its huge and heavy legs, gradually approaching Liu Jie. Sinbai's cold air was rolling and pressing, and the frozen crystals on the ground spread rapidly. After a while, the pale and frosty icy road expanded to Liu Jie's feet. Only, when these biting cold air came to Liu Jie, it was like encountering a natural enemy. It melted rapidly and stopped moving forward, never being able to cross the thunder pool one step. As if these cold ices met their lifelong enemies, like emperors in flames. Cowardly, surrender to Wei Nuo. Call. Liu Jie stayed where he was, and raised his eyes slightly. His body is covered with hell flames with a pale golden core. As if wearing a flame armor, ancient gods and demons descended into this world. Then Liu Jie raised his hand. The skills that have been tested before come out with a snap of the fingers. A rough flaming sword flew through the air. Draw a brilliant line of fire in the air. The flame sword is extremely fast, and the distance is controlled within 20 meters. Instantly pierced Frost Cold Stone Mandrill's body. Boom. The smoky gravel rolled to the ground. This strange second-order creature was blasted off half of its body by Liu Jie in one blow. But the next second, these broken stones, glowing with flames and emitting black smoke, returned to Frost Cold Stone Mandrill's body again. Its icy blue eyes flickered, and the whole body gave off a sizzling cold air, and it recovered from its injuries in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Liu Jie's eyes narrowed. As expected of the weirdness of the second level, the strength has reached the limit of the first area. It's really not easy to kill. Liu Jie has just awakened. To be precise, the source power in his body is at the bottom even among 1-star awakened ones. And now, what he was facing was a second-order weirdness that could easily seriously injure 4 1-star awakeners. But, it's okay, it's not impossible to kill. The corner of Lu Ji's mouth raised a confident arc. A flame soared into the sky. His whole body was completely enveloped in the armor of Hellfire. Hellfire, flame form. This is a new ability developed by Lu Ji after awakening Hellfire. Flames covered the whole body, like a burning man. When your fusion degree increases, you will eventually turn into a skeleton form and become a real evil spirit form. Immortal. The flames are monstrous. The current form can only be regarded as a low-end version. However, it is enough to kill a second-order strange creature. It's just that this move also consumes a lot of energy. With his current source power, it lasts less than 12 seconds. But, 12 seconds, enough seconds for you. Lu Ji moved. The fire was fast, like thunder and lightning. Only a fiery red glowing golden afterimage flashed on the spot. A blazing fire road was born in an instant. In the form of a burning man whose whole body was on fire, Lu Ji slammed towards the frost-cold stone mandrill domineeringly. Rumble. In this strange, horrified and shocked ice-blue gaze, a humanoid evil spirit penetrated its body. Crash. Scorched black, hot, smoky rubble were scattered all over the ground, burning incessantly in the supernaturally terrifying heat of Hellfire, until they are completely incinerated and become a pile of dust. A red bead, exuding a dense light, fell to the ground. Lu Ji picked it up and happily rubbed it twice. The spirit crystal exploded. This is a good thing. All weird creatures will have this kind of thing after they die. Its name is Spirit Crystal, which can enhance the source power, speed up the practice of the awakened, and assist the opening of abilities. This is also one of the most important resources. At this time, a burly man hurried here with heavy steps and panting all the way. Captain Yu Shan rushed here, and when he caught sight of it, his eyes widened in shock. Tired, he bent down and let out a big mouthful of air, but at the same time couldn't stop the shock deep in his eyes. I rub it. What about weird creatures? Why is there only Kid Lu Ji present? Yu Shan looked at Lu Ji suspiciously. But at a glance, he saw the round, radiant red bead in his hand, just out of the oven, and a little moist red bead. Immediately, I was even more shocked. Yu Shan's eyes almost burst. Lu Ji turned to look at him with a smile, and said, Captain, you are late, the strange creature is dead. Step. The other 3 team members also arrived. Subsequently, these 3 people also had the same expression as Captain Yu Shan. First, I was wondering where the strange creature had gone. Then he opened his eyes wide, looking at the spirit crystal in Lu Ji's hand in shock. A bold and outrageous guess was born in their minds. The second-order strange creature, the frost-cold stone mandrill, was killed by Lu Ji. It's impossible, right? How did this kid do it? Is he really an F-level ability? The frost-cold stone mandrill is not an ordinary weird creature, but a mutated second-order weird creature. Lu Ji, did you kill this frost-cold stone mandrill? How did you do it, bro? Zhang Kuang was stunned, almost dumbfounded, and desperately wanted to get a definite answer from Lu Ji at this moment. That's right, this strange creature has the frost attribute. I'm afraid of fire, and I happen to have the ability of the fire attribute, so just set it on fire. Lu Ji narrowed his eyes and showed a bright smile. This. Captain Yu Shan was a little confused. It is true that the frost stone drill has the frost attribute. Everyone also knows that it happens to be restrained by fire attribute awakeners. Having said that, Lu Ji is a 1-star awakener. It's still the kind that just awakened and has only practiced for a few days. Even if there is an attribute-restraint relationship between the 2 parties, the difference in strength between the 2 is too great, and any restraint is useless. But, one thing about Yu Shan's personality is good, that is, he has the same physique as his big and thick, and he doesn't think hard about things that he can't figure out. At this moment, he opened his mouth wide and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This time, there was no danger at all. There were no civilian casualties, and our team did not reduce the number of personnel. The captain's words aroused the deep approval of the other team members. This patrol mission is far more dangerous than before. But all in all, the result was good. Everyone was injured a little at most, and it will be fine if it takes some time to recuperate. Liu Jie was also very emotional. This is the daily life of the awakened. Walking on the edge of life and death at any time. A seemingly ordinary patrol mission may encounter a disaster beyond redemption. It was dark, now that the second-order strange creatures have been eradicated. The 749 team in the first area naturally also ended today's patrol mission. Zhang Kuang and the other two team members supported each other. The captain, Yu Shan, walked up to Liu Jie in a weak way, grinning with bright white teeth, and patted Liu Jie on the shoulder with a thick palm and said comfortingly, Go back. On the way, a teammate suddenly expressed concern. Liu Jie, are you not injured? This frost-cold stone mandrel's attributes are abnormal. Sometimes it's hard to detect the frost when it's forced into the human body. Do you feel any signs of discomfort in the 5 internal organs? Yu Shan, Zhongguang and other teammates also cast concerned eyes on Liu Jie. Don't worry, I'm fine, I'm not hurt at all. Facing the concern of his teammates, Liu Jie was slightly taken aback, and then explained with a smile. Everyone's attitude towards themselves has changed a lot. I still remember that when I encountered frost-cold stone mandrel just now, the team didn't trust their own strength, and even ignored themselves in the formation. In this world, as expected, everything depends on strength. Respect strength. After going back, Liu Jie took out the spirit crystal that exploded before in the room. The red orb lay quietly in his palm, and there was a strange beauty under the moonlight. After quietly looking at it for a while, Liu Jie directly refined it without hesitation. The spirit crystals that erupted strangely at the second level have more abundant source power than the first level spirit crystals. Abundant energy flowed into Liu Jie's body, moistening things and quietly increasing the source power in his body. Soon, this second-order spirit crystal was refined to only a small size, and it was broken into a whitish powder with a light pinch of a finger. As for Liu Jie, he clenched his fists tightly, and he felt that his strength had skyrocketed a lot. The level of source power in the body is almost approaching that of a 2-star awakened person. Counting today, I have only just awakened for 3 days. In 3 days, I have reached the strength of a 1-star late stage, and the progress is rapid. Liu Jie said happily. Ding! Congratulations on improving the host's strength. Bonus template fusion. Current template fusion degree, 3%. The sound of the system prompt also sounded at the right time. A mysterious wave rippled through Liu Jie's whole body. He hastily raised his index finger, and with a thump, a miraculous flame appeared on his finger. This time, the appearance of Hellfire has undergone more obvious changes. The golden color of the flame core has expanded to almost 1/3 of the whole. The temperature and fluctuations emanating from it are even more terrifying. A flame the size of an index finger actually distorts the surrounding air. Hiss! My Hellfire has evolved again, what a terrifying high temperature. Liu Jie looked at the pale golden flames on his fingers, and was a little surprised himself. Then he discovered that he was also more skilled in controlling Hellfire. Or condense a small flame flying sword. But this time, the appearance of the flying sword is more solid, and the details are also lifelike. Indistinctly, you can still see the smooth arc of the blade under the hilt. At this moment, on the other side, in the Psychic Association building in the 1st District, Yu Shan, the captain of Team 749, was reporting to a black lady wearing red-rimmed glasses in the high-rise office on the 5th floor. When we arrived, the mutated second-order strange creature had disappeared, leaving only traces of flames. The only awakened person present was Liu Jie, so it can be basically judged that this second-order monster was killed by him. After Yu Shan muffled the details of the day, he just stood there obediently and did not speak. In front of him, that black-eyed lady Yuji is the vice president of the entire Psychic Association. You mean, that newly awakened Liu Jie, who only has F-level abilities, killed a powerful second-level monster? Chen Baishui frowned slightly, she felt a little unbelievable. Then he looked at the ability test written by the President Zhang Yongguo himself on the desk. It is indeed an F-level ability, aerobic inflammation. No. A newcomer who has just awakened, no matter what, he can't leapfrog to kill a second-order weirdo, even a genius with A-level abilities can't do it. What's more, this kid is only F rank. Chen Baishui raised her toes, frowned and thought. Yu Shan in front of him lowered his head, but at the moment his burly figure honestly looked like a child who did something wrong. It's weird. Chen Baishui pondered for a moment, and suddenly said decisively. Cough cough. Yu Shan, who was taking a sneak peek, was taken aback, and coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. That, Vice President, I also think Brother Liu Jie is weird, this kid is not simple. Yu Shan also expressed his views. He was the person involved, and he had personally fought that frost-cold stone mandrill to the flesh. No one knows better than him what kind of strength is needed to completely kill this monster. So, only in Yu Shan's heart did he doubt Liu Jie's true strength even more. The other side. The third area. This is a high-risk place full of weirdness, and the danger factor is many times higher than that of the first district and the second district. And at this time, swish, a brilliant blue and white blade flashed across the sky. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The blue-purple thunder and lightning all over the sky followed closely behind. The gorgeous thunder raged violently. Like Wan Ladian, he firmly locked on the strange creature with a hideous appearance and an infinite terrifying aura below. Ah! The strange creature was cut open by the sharp blade light. The whole body was wantonly destroyed by the tyrannical thunder, and it only lasted for less than 3 seconds. After letting out one last unwilling roar, he fell down suddenly. A graceful and sassy figure descended from the sky. Immediately, the horizontal knife, like a Valkyrie, volleyed above the strangeness of death. Boom, 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 countless treasures emitting dazzling light burst out on the ground. Bejeweled and dazzling. Too strong. Sister Qingyi. I didn't expect the powerful and terrifying fifth-order strange creature to be cut off so easily. Kneel for Sister Qingyi. The last fifth-order weirdo was so easily and neatly killed by Sister Qingyi. Is this the strength of an awakener with S-level talent? Whoosh whoosh. In the sky, countless figures flew quickly from all directions. They were all wearing uniforms with 5 or even 6 golden 5-pointed stars imprinted on them. However, but all these people are staring at the graceful figure in the center. The expression in the eyes is full of admiration and admiration. The girl who had just beheaded the last fifth-order strange creature was none other than Liu Jie's sister, Liu Qingyi. Chapter 11. Return to the Psionic Association in the 3rd District. As soon as the news of clearing the fog came out, many powerful awakened people in the 3rd District were very excited. Only the biggest hero in this battle, Liu Qingyi, seemed a little uneasy. She made a great contribution, killing a fifth-order strange creature alone, but at this moment, her face was a little sad. I don't know what happened to my brother, he has just become an awakened person, is he in danger? Liu Qingyi misses his younger brother Liu Jie very much. Qingyi, come on, the president is looking for you. At this time, there was a pretty girl lying on the railing upstairs, waving her hand to greet her. Liu Qingyi looked up, and saw that it was her best friend, the A-level talent 5-star awakener, Bai Ziqi. Oh, okay, here we go. The president of the 3rd District Psychic Association is an old man with white beard and hair, Ji Yu Qingshan. After Liu Qingyi came in, the old man put down the ballpoint pen in his hand, took off his glasses, and showed a kind smile on his face. Come in. Well, Liu Qingyi nodded politely. President, you are looking for me. Ji Yu Qingshan picked up the documents on the table, flipped through them a few times, his eyes kept flashing light on his vicissitudes of face. While watching, he kept nodding, and said in a very peaceful tone. Qingyi, I just read the mission log, and your record is very good. With the strength of a 4-star awakened person, leading the team to participate in the association's crusade against the 6th-order weirdness, and being able to kill the 5th-level weirdness alone, your talent is beyond the imagination of this old man. In the entire 3rd District, even Zhao Mengyuan is not necessarily stronger than you. After saying these words earnestly, Ji Yu Qingshan looked at Liu Qingyi kindly. Between the lines, he was full of attention to her. And Liu Qingyi's expression was calm from beginning to end. Until, the moment she heard the name Zhao Mengyuan, she changed slightly. This person is also a super talented girl. She and Liu Qingyi are also S-level talents, and they are promoted to the 3rd District with 4-star strength. Before Lu Qingyi arrived, Zhao Mengyuan is known as the most dazzling golden flower in the 3rd district. She is regarded as the goddess in the heart by countless male awakeners, and is sought after by countless. It can be said that there are thousands of eyes on one body, and it is not an exaggeration to say that the stars are holding the moon. But after Lu Qingyi arrived, all her pride and aura were taken away. After all, in terms of talent, Lu Qingyi also has powerful S-level abilities, and she is even 1 year younger than Zhao Mengyuan. In terms of appearance, although the awakened people in the 3rd district keep saying that the two are beauties of different types and styles. But in private, almost all male awakened people agree that Lu Qingyi's appearance is even better. Therefore, when an arrogant girl thinks that her glory has been taken away by another woman, the two sides are doomed to be out of harmony. Liangzi thus ended. Including this crusade against the fog in the 3 districts, Zhao Mengyuan also held back a lot of energy to overwhelm Lu Qingyi. In the end, it still ended in failure. At this time, there was the sound of high heels walking in the corridor. Then a woman with long hair dyed burgundy, painted flaming red lips, not wearing a uniform, and a hot and revealing figure walked into the office. When the wine-red long-haired woman saw Lu Qingyi, she frowned and said with a smile, "Yo, isn't this Lu Qingyi, the best talented girl in our 3 districts? I heard that you have a younger brother who has just awakened a supernatural power. I wonder what level of talent it is." Before Lu Qingyi could speak, the wine-red long-haired woman covered her mouth and smiled again. "Oh, I almost forgot, your younger brother seems to have awakened an F-level talent." She spread her hands, made a very sad and helpless look, and sighed. Tisk tisk, what a pity, a majestic S-rank awakener has a younger brother who stretches his hips, if I had cut off relations with him long ago. It was Zhao Mengyuan who came, and she was overwhelmed again in this crusade, and she was full of anger and had nowhere to vent. But the moment he saw Lu Qingyi, he thought of her brother who didn't live up to expectations. So deliberately which pot is not opened and which pot is lifted, and only picks on the other party's weakness to stimulate. In the end, the smile on Zhao Mengyuan's face became even more cheerful. Zzz. Lu Qingyi stood there calmly, seemingly expressionless. In fact, he clenched his fists and trembled slightly, even a blue-purple lightning arc escaped. This smelly woman, how dare he talk about his only relative, his favorite brother? It's clearly just a struggle between us 2 women, yet you provoke my family. HMPH. Although my younger brother has only awakened F-level abilities, he has a heart to become stronger, and he may not be able to become a strong person in the future. As for the relationship between me and my brother, it's very good. Don't worry about an unruly woman like you. Although Lu Qingyi was tickled by her anger, her attitude was still so cold and disdainful. Seeing that she failed to provoke, Zhao Mengyuan was ridiculed for being an unscrupulous woman, and she exploded on the spot. Who do you call an unruly woman? Lu Qingyi glanced at her revealing clothes carelessly, but said nothing. Silence speaks louder than sound at this moment. Zhao Mengyuan was directly hit by this look, and when she stretched out her hand, a eerie and dark claw suddenly appeared on her arm. Smelly, my old lady killed you. S-level ability, Big Dark Demon. This ability can summon a big dark demon possessed like a true god, and the strength after possessing has skyrocketed to countless latitudes. At this moment, Zhao Mengyuan directly murdered her compatriots. The attack range of this black claw is exactly Lu Qingyi's defenseless vest. Roar. Zzz. Suddenly, just when the claws of the big dark demon were about to penetrate Lu Qingyi's back, a deafening dragon chant resounded throughout the office. A dreamlike blue-purple thunder dragon appeared out of nowhere in the air, and endless thunderous fury erupted from its ferocious and majestic head. S-level ability, Nirvana God Kongali. As soon as Thunder Dragon came out, he directly suppressed Zhao Mengyuan's dark claws. The huge thunder force flashed with dazzling electric light, and Zhao Mengyuan, who was in the town, could not move. From the beginning to the end, Lu Qingyi maintained a sideways attitude, and even her expression didn't change much. Enough. 2 S-level geniuses are the most brilliant geniuses in my 3rd district. If they disagree with each other, how can they fight? At this time, Jiyu Qingshan, the president of the 3rd district, slapped the table with his hand and shouted angrily in a low voice. He broke out and stopped the battle that was about to intensify. When Lu Qingyi heard the president's words, she glanced flatly at the embarrassed Zhao Mengyuan, her mind was moved, and she withdrew the supernatural thunder dragon. Then, lightly parting her cherry lips, she said in a very firm tone. I believe in Lu Jiyi's potential. My own brother, even if he only has an F-level ability, he will not stop in the first district. With me here, no one can bully my brother. Leave these two short and domineering declarations. Lu Qingyi turned around and left the office. Cut. Zhao Mengyuan brushed back the messy hair from the fight with her hand, and sneered disapprovingly from the corner of her mouth. Who are you telling me so swearingly? An F-level waste, it is impossible to get out of the first district in this life. Subsequently, she twisted her body and walked out of the president's office with all her strength. This. Ji Yu Qingshan looked at the two Tianzhao girls, his outstretched hands froze in the air, embarrassed and helpless. Ah. Cool neighborhood. Lu Qingyi was walking on the street alone in plain clothes, holding a sword in her arms. She was preoccupied. His brows were tightly furrowed. How can I raise my younger brother's talent level? We cleared the strange fog in the third area once, but we didn't find similar treasures. Oh, it's too difficult. On the other side, in the first district. Because they were injured in the previous patrol battle, other members of the 749 team, including the Captain Yu Shan, were granted leave. The entire 749 squad naturally suspended its patrol mission. Taking advantage of this time, Lu Jie directly submitted the application for the use of the simulation training ground at the top of the Psychic Association. There, you can 100% simulate the actual combat with the strange or the awakened, and the effect is definitely not bad. Lu Jie originally thought that it would take a long time to apply for the use of the simulated training ground. Unexpectedly, just after submitting the application, it was approved within 10 minutes. Looking at the approver, the vice president, Chen Baishui, in big characters, he was a little confused. It turns out that the senior leaders of my psionic association are so approachable and considerate. Now that you have permission, Lu Jie immediately rushed to the 6th floor of the association building. With the help of the staff, a strength, tier 2, quantity, 3 simulated actual combat started. During the process, the staff member stared at the big eyes in doubt, and only opened it for him after repeated confirmation. Rumble. After the simulated training ground is opened, the entire arena is closed. All around is blocked by a bright light curtain. Lu Jie was in it, wondering where the simulated strange creature was. A ferocious falcon descended from the sky. This falcon is huge, just a pair of wings, with a wingspan of more than 10 meters when spread out. And the speed is extremely fast, even during the rapid fall, overlapping afterimages appeared in the sky. Under a pair of sharp and cold eagle eyes, there is an eagle beak as hard as special metal. No doubt, if it is pecked by the eagle's beak in a high-speed dive, no matter how strong the body is, it will fester in an instant. Lu Jiyi's spirit tensed up instantly. Too late to think about it. Wherever he looked, a raging flame ignited out of thin air. Hellfire, born directly from Lu Jiyi's sight. Hey! The strange falcon creature swooping in the sky was ignited by the hellfire, let out a miserable scream, and then fell heavily to the ground. Only, not waiting for Lu Jie to take a breather. One in front and one in the back, 2 second-order weird falcon creatures swooped down at the same time. The speed is still the same fast. The sharp eagle beak flashed a metallic light in the air, about to destroy Lu Jiyi's body completely. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Lu Jie never expected that this simulated training field would be so difficult, and the simulated weird speed, strength, and tricky angles of appearance. But Lu Jie wasn't panicking at all. Instantaneously sent out Hellfire, flame form. Before the remaining 2 falcon creatures with a size of more than 10 meters smashed through themselves with their iron beaks, their whole bodies almost turned into flames. The rest of the scene is: the 2 falcons were swallowed by the hellfire that shot out instantly, and the extremely high temperature only took a dozen breaths of effort to completely incinerate their bodies. Lu Jie breathed a sigh of relief slowly. Although it was a simulation of actual combat, it was still very realistic. Facing the second rank of 3 heads, although it is a bit difficult, it is not without gains. After some training, I can clearly feel the changes in myself, especially the control of Hellfire, which is more proficient. This is very important for future actual combat. After the simulated training ground, his face was pale, and the consumption was still not small. I feel that I haven't reached the limit yet, and I should be able to make another impact. Liu Jie was a little tired and muttered to himself. After seeing his face, the staff came over with a smile on his lips. He was just about to persuade Liu Jie to focus on reality and cherish the hard-won training opportunities. It's better to lower the training parameters to the first level, and when a strange one comes slowly. Suddenly dumbfounded, because he saw that the huge luminous screen above his head displayed, pass. Actually, passed. This shit. The staff doubted life on the spot. He squinted his eyes and stared at Liu Jie for a long time. I still can't believe it, this is the previous Mengxin who has awakened the most trashy F-level ability. Okay, don't look at it. Continue to adjust the parameters for me, this time I will play 10. Liu Jie blushed and said excitedly. The reason is nothing else. 100% simulation of actual combat, the effect is really powerful. Just now, I just simulated 3 weird second-level heads playing at the same time, and the pressure brought to me can greatly increase the speed of my spellcasting. Needless to say, Liu Jie's control over Hellfire must be 1 point closer. As the saying goes, the greater the pressure, the greater the progress. Liu Jie believes that as long as he can withstand this high pressure, his progress will be astonishing. Oh good. The staff originally wanted to persuade something. But as long as he looked up, he could see the 2 big pass above his head. I couldn't say anything. A ruthless person who can clear the level of 3-headed second-order strange creatures in the realm of 1-star awakening needs more talk from others. Wow. The new environment simulated this time is actually a waterfall that blocks the sun. Liu Jie looked at the majestic waterfall flying down 3,000 feet straight in front of him with a smack of tongue. The impact of the water rushing down like 9 heavens made him feel thrilled. However, not waiting for him to fully adapt to the new simulation environment. Countless sharp water arrows suddenly shot out from the waterfall. The water arrow came out in lightning, so caught off guard. By the time Liu Jie urgently used Hellfire to melt the water arrows, it was too late. His body was shot into a sieve, densely covered with blood holes. Fail. This simulated training was over, and the screen above his head showed 2 big characters of failure in bright red. Liu Jie's eyes were a little dazed, and then he urged the staff excitedly. Quick, it's still this level. I want to hit 10 more. Good. The staff of the association froze for a few seconds, wondering if Liu Jie had a tendency to be abused or what. Since you can't pass the second level of 10 heads, then lower the requirements a bit. Who knows that he will continue to break through this level. Then stick to hitting 10. Clatter. The third round of simulation begins. This time Liu Jie quickly adapted to the new waterfall environment. He stared intently at the waterfall in front of him. Always be ready to use Hellfire and resist the incoming water arrows. Whoosh whoosh. Really. In the waterfall, countless water arrows were shot out quickly. The dense quantity and terrifying piercing power make one's scalp tingle. Liu Jie swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling ruthless in his heart, frantically mobilizing the source power in his body. Tang. Exuding terrifying heat, the core is golden hell fireworks, which instantly possessed Liu Jie's body. He turned himself into a fireman, and resisted this wave of water arrows. I saw you. Sudden. Gritting his teeth and resisting everything, Liu Jie's eyes lit up. He discovered strange blue sharks about 1.5 meters in size hidden in the waterfall. These water arrows were fired by these 10 small sharks, which were less than 2 meters in length. Enemy found. Naturally, Liu Jie will not let it go. He focused his eyes, held his breath, and in the form of hell flames attached to his whole body. Step into the waterfall. Puff zzz. As soon as one foot stepped in, the hellfire and water collided with each other, and a boiling white mist burst out. White mist filled the air, full of scalding water vapor. The entire simulated space is rendered like a fairyland scene. And the source power in Liu Jie's body is also being consumed at an appalling speed. Pass. Two large characters appeared on the big screen. Who is this? The staff looked confused. Just failed once and passed the level directly. He had never seen such a man. Although this is just a simulation, actual combat is far more difficult and full of variables than the simulation. But I've never heard of someone with an F-level talent being able to do this. Ding. Congratulations on improving the host's strength. Bonus template fusion. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new skill, enchanting. Current template fusion degree, 4%. A pleasant notification sound from the system came. Aha, enchanting. Lu Ji's first reaction was not that he finally became a 2-star awakener, but a brand new skill, enchantment, rewarded by the system. The effect is to use Hellfire and attach it to an item to achieve the same effect as a royal object. In other words, Lu Ji could only control Hellfire at will. But after enchanting flames on an item, Lu Ji can control the item like Hellfire. Interesting, sounds pretty powerful. Lu Ji was a little haggard, but he still took out a dark gold dagger. This is the benefit that every awakened person has when joining the membership. Tang. The Hellfire whose core is brilliant like lava gold climbs up instantly. The entire dark gold dagger was burning with raging flames. Lu Ji saw a half-ton dumbbell placed on the floor, and his heart skipped a beat. Whoosh. Boom. The dark gold dagger pierced out directly following his will, instantly smashing through the dumbbell weighing half a ton lying on the ground. You can really control objects. Lu Ji was pleasantly surprised. The effect of this enchantment is too great. Now it's just that the dark gold dagger is too small. If you give him a real sword that is more than 1 meter long, wouldn't he be able to fly with his sword like the sword fairy in the ancient fairy tale of the Dragon Kingdom? It is still the sword burning with Hellfire. Stretch out. The unique dagger returned to Lu Ji's hands. In process, the blazing Hellfire didn't even physically touch anything other than the dagger. But there was already a burning smell in the air. Take a closer look. It turned out to be the entire barbell area. More than a dozen pieces of barbell irons were melted. The air there exudes twisted waves. This shows how high the temperature is. It's even hotter than melting the walls the first time. Lu Ji nodded in satisfaction. In a blink of an eye, it entered the autumnal equinox. A bleak autumn wind blows from time to time on the dry street. The members of the 749 team in the 1st district also ended their injury leave. Lu Ji specially put on the uniform of the Psychic Association and went to pick them up at the airport. Good boy. It hasn't changed for a long time. Why do you feel that your temperament has changed so much? The captain, Yu Shan, was still so burly. During this period of recuperation, the food is probably good. Lu Ji cast a careless glance at his stomach. Tisk tisk, it's a big circle. Is there? Maybe it's because of hard training. Lu Ji said lightly. Yu Shan squinted his eyes and looked at him. His pupils flickered, and suddenly grinned and hugged Lu Ji's shoulder. By the way, you kid has been in the team for so long, and we haven't trained together yet. Why don't we find a chance to learn from each other? Lu Ji subconsciously opened his mouth to refuse. A 1-star D-level talent awakener, who can beat him violently with both hands. It's meaningless to discuss or something. But when the words reached his throat, he was still defeated by Yu Shan's expectant little eyes. Okay, then it's just a discussion. Yu Shan excitedly patted Lu Ji's shoulder with his thick palm. It's easy to say. Easy to say. Team 749 has assembled again. Everyone gathered in the training room. In the center arena, Lu Ji stood lazily in a corner. Opposite him was the captain with bright eyes, swaying small steps, and exuding the word, excited, all over his body. Good boy, I'm going to test your details today. Single quote. How did you kill a second-order strange creature that day? Yu Shan is gearing up. He has his own little juju in his heart. And Lu Ji still has that loose and lazy attitude. Start. Following Zhang Kuang's order from the arena. The sparring has officially started. With a loud roar, Yu Shan walked with heavy steps, slapped his fingers together, and was about to slap Lu Ji away when he rushed over. Boom, boom, boom. This guy is nearly 2 meters in size and 200 to 300 kilograms in size, and the ground shakes enough when he runs. Plus that slap as thick as a palm fan. There is no doubt that a small car can be blown away. But Lu Jie stood there quietly. There was no fluctuation in my heart, and I was even thinking about how to release the water. Finally, just before Yushan slapped him with a forceful slap weighing hundreds of kilograms, Lu Jie moved. He stomped lightly. A terrifying high temperature instantly filled the area within 5 meters around him. A blazing light golden fire circle surrounded Lu Jie. It also restricted Yushan's actions. See. Yushan's expression changed drastically, and the soles of his feet braked urgently, causing a burst of sparks as they rubbed against the ground. He looked at the flames around Lu Jie in surprise. 10 meters away, the terrifying high temperature made his hairs stand on end. There is quite a feeling that all the hairs on the body will be ignited by the void. Good boy, this flame ability is really good. Single quote. He was secretly startled, and then the corner of his mouth curled up. Just now I was a big kid, I thought I was just a rookie with F-level abilities. Even without supernatural powers, one can still faint with a slap. Now it seems, Man of Steel. Yushan tore off his vest, raised his head to the sky and roared. His physique has skyrocketed, and his skin has a metallic color as hard as steel. Lu Jie, you kid can use fire to prevent a mortal body, can it prevent my body that is comparable to steel? Yushan laughed loudly, and took heavy steps again, this time vowing to beat Lu Jie with one blow, and find out the details of this kid. Hiss. Captain, this is for real. This is not bullying. The captain is a late-stage awakener, and he used his ability to deal with a rookie with an F-level ability. What do you know? This is our captain's respect for Lu Jie. Since it is a competition, we must go all out. Under the ring, Zhang Kuang and the other 2 team members exclaimed when they saw Yushan cast Man of Steel. Then discuss it. Everyone was sweating for Lu Jie. Alas, Lu Jie stood where he was and didn't move. He sighed softly in his heart, why is our captain so stupid? Didn't you see me release the water? I deliberately controlled the temperature of the Hellfire, which was less than 1/10 of the normal version. In the end, he didn't expect that this guy Yushan would develop honey confidence. No way. Lu Jie had no choice but to increase the intensity of the fire a little. Increase the heat some more. Immediately, his eyes moved. Tang. Boom. The fire surrounding Lu Jie exploded in an instant. The terrifying high temperature directly distorts the air. Even the arena reinforced with special metal was burnt out with a big hole. And at this time, Yushan was still complacent, ready to go into the ring of fire with his steel body, and lift Lu Jie out with his bare hands. As a result, the sudden surge of fire made him stunned. Next second, with a thought, Lu Jie enchanted his dark gold dagger with Hellfire. Then Yu Jian left. 3 kinds of divine light, dark gold and scarlet red brilliant gold, came out dazzlingly. A dazzling line of fire was drawn in the air. With the back of the saber facing forward, it hit Yushan's thigh with the force of a storm. Thump. Ah! Yushan knelt down and wailed in pain. When he touched it with his hand, his thigh was drenched in blood, and a layer of skin was scalded off. Moreover, the entire lower body seemed to be abolished, and it was no longer possible to exert any strength. One strike. Lu Jie just stood there without moving, and overthrew the captain. Yushan knelt on the ground in pain. With cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, he was shocked and looked up at Lu Jie's face hidden in the flames, calm. Like a flame demon, his heart felt as if the river was tossed and the sea was overwhelmed, shaking wildly. Is this Nima an F-level talent? Yushan took another look at his bloody thigh. You know, this is my skin after casting Man of Steel. This means that Lu Jie's flame can melt steel. This kid can still control the back of the knife to attack me. If it is the blade, then I'm afraid I will die on the spot. Could it be that this kid has reached 2-star strength? How long has it been since he awakened? Yushan looked up at Lu Jie again, feeling that his worldview was about to collapse. Whoever says that Lu Jie is F-level, who is he in a hurry with? Under the ring, Zhang Kuang and the other 2 friends were already shocked from ear to ear. They collectively stared wide-eyed, and were dumbfounded on the spot. As everyone knows, on the 5th floor of the Psychic Association, Chairman Zhang Yongguo and Vice Chairman Chen Baishui watched Lu Jie's entire competition through the monitor. How about it, old Zhang, did I say that Lu Jie is weird? Chen Baishui looks like a black professional polo, capable. Zhang Yongguo frowned, not taking his eyes off the monitoring screen. A long time, he smashed his mouth, shook his head and said, "The way I see it, maybe it's just luck. When Lu Jie awakened his talent, I was there in person, and the F-level ability is definitely there." Chairman Zhang Yongguo doesn't believe in Lu Jie's strength, and only regards him as good luck. Chen Baishui raised her eyebrows, and was about to argue, but then gave up. Instead of arguing with this old man, it's better to try it yourself. Think about it. Vice President Chen Baishui stared at the high heels, and went to the second floor without looking back. And Lu Jie here. It's also the end of this big fight. In the end, he deliberately controlled his strength and temperature. Otherwise, with the last blow, Yu Shan's entire leg was deliberately destroyed. Unlike now, just burns and fractures, just use some elixir. After Lu Jie came down, several other team members stared at him with monster-like eyes. There was also a hint of awe in his eyes. Obviously, Lu Jie's strength has conquered them. Yu Shan came to Lu Jie with a limp, step by step, and said with a wry smile, "You kid is too perverted. I seriously suspect that you made a mistake in the test. This flame girl can't be an F-level ability. I believe it is B-level, or even A-level. I believe it too." Sudden, a lady in black professional attire walked into the door. With an appreciative smile on Chen Baishui's face, she stared straight at Lu Jie and said, "I also watched your discussion just now. In this world, the strong are respected. Since Lu Jie, you are stronger than Yu Shan, you will be the captain of Team 749 from now on." Finished, she shifted her gaze to Yu Shan. Seeing this, Yu Shan immediately bowed his head and bowed his head. The 200 Jin man was like a mouse seeing a cat. "I agree with both hands. Brother Lu Jie is the captain of our team, it's perfect." "We agree too." Zhang Kuang and the others followed closely behind. This. Lu Jie was a little confused. "I haven't expressed my opinion yet. I just became the captain in such a muddled way. ... After becoming the captain, Lu Jie has the right to use the simulated training ground once a month. But he hasn't waited for the application yet. An urgent notice has been issued to all awakened teams. The weird fog in the first district has descended again. And the situation is urgent. The Psionic Association used helicopters and dispatched a whole 10 teams to dispatch. Lu Jie's 749 team is also impressively listed. On the helicopter, Yu Shan and the others sat across from Lu Jie, looking nervous and expectant. Lu Jie sat upright on the seat, feeling very moved in his heart. Weird, the mist. The last time I encountered the mist, I was still an ordinary person. Now, he is already a 2-star awakener. I heard that there are not only strange creatures in the mist, but also many other unexpected mysterious surprises. My sister said that you can get a lot of rewards by clearing the fog and killing all the weirdness in it. Many resources of the awakened are obtained from it. I don't know, what will I gain if I go in this time? The helicopter was at the edge of the fog. The 10 teams acted separately after receiving their respective tasks. Lu Jie's 749 team entered from the side of the mist. He and Yu Shan walked ahead to open the way. The other 2 team members followed closely behind. Zhang Kuang awakens the phantom ability, the fastest, and takes charge of the rear. Then, that captain, shall we sweep and patrol from the outside, or go straight to the center of the fog? Yu Shan walked beside Lu Jie, touching his head in embarrassment, a little unaccustomed to calling him captain. But embarrassment is embarrassment, but the captain's call was definitely sincere. After all, it was the first time that Lu Jie participated in the Misty Crusade as an awakened person. Moreover, the mission is urgent, and he still doesn't know many details. Therefore asked, "Why go to the fog center, is there anything special there?" Yu Shan cheered up when he heard it, and said like a treasure. "Road team, the compass we are holding now is a good thing researched by the great figures of the Holy Spirit Academy, and it can detect the direction of strange creatures. The crusade, annihilation of strangeness, and the rescue of civilians all depend on it. But this thing can only be used in the fog, and it won't work out of the fog." Speaking of this, Yu Shan's eyes were shining, and he lowered his voice and whispered, "We can ignore the weirdness around us and just leave it to other teams to deal with it. Let's go to the fog center. There are usually special resources there. The black box is something that can only be found in the center of the fog. As long as you break it, you can get good things. Oh, Liu Jie also showed interest. His biggest motivation now is to harvest resources and improve his strength. Hearing that there is a black box in the center of the mist, you can get good things if you break it, and your heart beats at once. But, he thought for a while, but still rejected Yushan's proposal. Well, let's split up and kill the weird creatures around. Keep in touch during the period, let's gather in the fog center. When Liu Jie himself was an ordinary person, a strange team of awakened stepped forward. In order to rescue them, they also paid the price of the death of 2 team members. This bought time for Sister Liu Qingyi to arrive in time. Now Liu Jie has also become an awakened one. If it's just for the sake of obtaining resources, leaving the strange creatures around to harm civilians and leaving it alone, it's no different from scum. Alright, Yushan bared his teeth. You are the captain, and everything is at your command. Liu Jie nodded. Well, let's split up. One order. The 5 members of Team 749 suddenly headed in different directions. After the team dispersed, Liu Jie held the search compass in his hand, and rushed towards the strange creature that was the closest to it. The footsteps are light, and the ears are noisy. The awakened's black and slim uniform rustled with the wind. In just a few moments of breathing, I have crossed the distance of a street. The cells and meridians of the whole body seem to contain full and abundant energy. Own speed, much, much faster. Is this the power to upgrade to the 2nd star? Liu Jie smiled with satisfaction, and his body became more brisk. As his speed became faster and faster, the distance from the strange creature on the compass was naturally closer. Ah, Mom, save me, Wu. Don't eat me, please don't eat me. A crying female voice sounded from the corner of the street. Looking for fame, sitting there was a little loli whose eyes were red from crying and terrified. In front of little Lolita, there was a weird and twisted creature. This guy's head grew under his crotch, and then he used his belly button as his mouth, which contained a spiral mouthpart covered with countless spikes. It was dripping blood. Because it was too conspicuous, Liu Jie easily spotted the strange direction. Master awakened. Please save my daughter. Suddenly, kneeling next to him, a haggard woman grabbed Liu Jie's hand and wept. She saw the uniform on Liu Jie's body, it was an awakened one. There was hope in my heart. Liu Jie smiled and patted the back of her hand, and said softly, don't worry, your daughter will be fine. Finished. Liu Jie raised his hand, and his index finger shot out a brilliant line of fire. Using his finger as a sword, he stabbed Wei Wei at the crotch. Puff puff, a lot of black mist erupted from the strange creature's body, trying to stop Liu Jie's hellfire. But it was destroyed in an instant. The black mist was completely burned by the flames, making a sizzling sound. And the weird one was on fire all over, and fell to the ground and rolled in pain. Liu Jie didn't use his full strength. The main reason is that weird is too close to the little girl. Even a few meters away from your own hellfire, it is possible to dehydrate it due to the high temperature. Mom, my daughter is still afraid of Wu Wu. However, taking advantage of the strange fire and falling to the ground, the little girl escaped in shock. As soon as he came, he hugged the woman tightly and cried. Be good, baby, don't be afraid, it's all right now. Come and thank your savior. When the little girl heard her mother's words, she turned her head timidly, opened her big misty eyes, and shouted. Thank you, big brother. Liu Jie responded with a slight smile, touched her head gently with his hand, and said softly. Little girl is so brave. Okay, when she grows up, she will also be an awakened person like the big brother. Protect mom, protect everyone. The little girl was still sobbing from time to time, but she uttered her most steadfast ideal in her incomparably immature voice. Okay, big brother is waiting for you at the Psychic Association. After Liu Jie rubbed the little girl's head again, he pulled out the dark gold dagger with his backhand. He walked towards the strange creature step by step. The bewitching and bright flames of hell instantly clung to the dark gold dagger. There was a whistling sound. The flaming dagger drew a beautiful arc. The result was this first-order strange life. A red bead burst out. Liu Jie put it away and refined it directly. The source of power in the body is one step closer. It's not that obvious, though. After all, it is just a spirit crystal that exploded out of the First Order. Until then, on the nearby buildings, the residents with closed doors and windows opened one after another, and looked over. Especially when they witnessed Liu Jie's elegant and handsome use of fire to control his sword and cut off his strange head, many people were even more envious and excited. Someone even wanted to take a photo with Liu Jie. Awakened people are all one in a million existences. Testing talent is a hurdle. Awakening ability is another hurdle. Therefore, not everyone has even the most rubbish F-level talent. The vast majority of people can't detect a little bit of supernatural talent at all. And this is the biggest gap between the fate of ordinary people and the awakened. Liu Jie dealt with the weirdness without stopping any longer. Displayed on the compass, there is also a strange one very close to here. After he rushed over quickly, no one was found nearby. That's great. Liu Jie's eyes narrowed slightly, and he exploded with all his strength. Raging flames instantly attached to his body. A pyro appeared like an elemental spirit. The weirdness hasn't had time to make a move yet. Liu Jie pierced through his body with a fist, piercing a blood hole the size of a half-meter. The blood hole was scorched by hellfire and emitted black air. The blood boiled. Another red spirit crystal burst out. There's no need to keep Liu Jie, it's refined on the spot. The source power in the body has increased again. On the other side of Yushan, act alone. A weird one was also solved on the way. Zhang Kuang teamed up with two other teammates. Encountered the First Order weirdness where the two ends acted together. The process is more dangerous. But relying on tacit cooperation, the three successfully killed him. 749 squad. All gathered towards the center of the mist as promised. Black mist filled the air. The moonlight gradually obscured the sky. And in an abandoned factory building in the center of the fog, a tragic battle is taking place. At this time, Liu Jie is on his way. The communication device in his hand has two functions. One is full-channel speech. The 10 teams participating this time rely on this to communicate with each other. The other is an internal communication channel. Because the number of people burdened is smaller, the signal is better. Generally speaking, awakened will give priority to speaking in their own team channel instead of the public channel. However, in the public channel that had been silent before, there was a sudden scream. After hearing it, it was like being inspired by an evil spirit, and goosebumps appeared all over my body. I lost. What happened? Liu Jie was startled by the sudden scream. Then he urgently turned up the tone of the communicator, barely hearing a few indistinct sentences. Haven't come and heard clearly. There was a crisp, click, sound over there, and then the signal was completely interrupted. Before interruption, a hoarse, second order, reached everyone's ears. It turned out to be a second order weirdness, Liu Jie said with a serious expression. The second order is strangely powerful, he has seen it with his own eyes. Even if a whole team joins together, they probably won't be opponents. Liu Jie is very confident in his own strength. What he was worried about were other awakened people. So far, Liu Jie quickened his pace and rushed towards the center with all his strength. When Liu Jie arrived, in an abandoned factory ahead, the sky is already full of gunpowder. The sound of fighting can be heard endlessly. Apparently a war has broken out. It's the captain. Captain, you are finally here. Captain Liu, come here. Yu Shanzhong and the others waved to Liu Jie at the factory gate. Liu Jie walked over, glanced at the movement inside, and quickly asked. How's it going? Yu Shan frowned and shook his head, saying. It's a second-order strange creature, even more difficult than the frost-cold stone mandrill we encountered last time. Zhang Kuang also had lingering fears, and said in shock. Yeah, this thing can actually clone. It can turn into hundreds of small individuals, and each individual is not weak. Squad 314, the entire army has been wiped out. The other two team members also nodded heavily, yes. If it weren't for the crazy phantom ability that brought us out, I'm afraid our team will also be downsized. Liu Jie stood at the door of the factory building, and sure enough, he saw many milky white reptile-like clones inside. Basically, an awakened person has to face about 10 reptile clones. And it seems that the outer skin is very tough, and it is difficult for a knife or gun to effectively cause damage. Bring your gaze back. Liu Jie glanced at the injuries on his teammates, and said calmly. I see, you go out first, just leave it to me here. Yu Shan was dumbfounded, he hurriedly shouted anxiously. Brother Liu, don't be brave. There is a difference between weirdness and weirdness. This second-order weirdness must rely on crowd tactics. Yes, Captain, don't be overthinking it. Other teammates also hurriedly persuaded. And Liu Jie had already walked in, leaving them with only a handsome back. He walked away and waved his hands back. Got it, I know it. Say it. He entered completely without looking back, leaving Yu Shan and the others completely dumbfounded, at a loss. ... Boom. A dark golden dagger burning with crimson and golden flames came across the sky. Brutally crucified a milky white reptile clone. Just saved an awakened person who was almost killed by the clone. Thank you. The one-star awakened person was still in shock and hadn't recovered from being saved, so he said thank you in a daze. With a wave of Liu Jie's hand, the flame-enchanted dagger flew back into his hand again. Half of his body has already been turned into flames. You're welcome, you guys go out quickly, just leave it to me here, I have a way to deal with this weirdness. Quote, ! Quote. Everyone heard the voice. They all looked at Liu Jie in astonishment. What's the situation? This guy wants to fight against the weirdness of the second order alone, is he crazy? Don't say that you are a one-star awakener, even if you are a two-star awakener, you can't be rash in the face of this special weirdness. No, it's too risky to do that. We can't agree. Many people immediately shook their heads and refused. However, Liu Jie looked at them quite calmly, and said lightly. You can leave at ease, stay here, I'm afraid you will die together later. Such a crazy tone, or does this guy really have a way? These people looked at Liu Jie in amazement, and only thought that he had some special method in their minds. After hesitating for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth and left together. After everyone else has left, there was also a smile on Liu Jie's face. He looked at thousands of milky white reptiles densely packed one by one, except for a little psychological nausea, he didn't panic at all. Since it is difficult to kill alone, then I will destroy you together. Relying on clone tactics won't work in front of me. Immediately, Liu Jie clasped his hands together. A blazing hell flame gathered in the center. The fireball grew bigger and bigger, and gradually expanded to a height of more than 10 meters. The scorching high temperature baked the factory buildings. Even the air is completely twisted into a curve. Following Liu Jie's low voice. Burst. Rumble. In an instant, the fireball exploded violently. The entire plant turned into a sea of flames. The huge movement was earth-shattering, and countless bricks, tiles and rubble were incinerated into ashes. A radius of 100 meters is all ashes. The aftermath of the explosion. It even caused a small earthquake. The awakened ones who had withdrawn outside all shook their feet and their center of gravity was unstable. Such a big movement. It completely shocked all the awakened ones. They all stared dumbfounded at the factory building that turned into a sea of flames. It was hard to believe that just before they stepped out of the gate, it was still a huge building. They were all dumbfounded, their eyes widened, and they stood there in a daze. What the hell, is this fake? What happened inside? Was a missile thrown in? I'm numb. All the awakened people were shocked, some were shocked, and some had scalp numbness. I saw that the originally tall and magnificent factory building turned into a sea of flames in an instant. Under the raging fire, except for the ruins, not a single blade of grass grows. There is not even scum left. And in the middle of the sea of fire, Liu Jie put away a dark red bead. This is the spoils of war that exploded after the death of that strange head that could split thousands of clones. Besides, Liu Jie also found a black box. About 40 centimeters wide, the overall shape is simple and grand, with a mysterious and noble atmosphere circulating in it. It's cold to start with. Even in the center of the Hellfire field, surrounded by such a high temperature, there is still a cool feeling. It turns out that this is the black box. What a wonderful look. Lu Jie looked at it carefully and pondered it for a while, but couldn't see any clues for the time being, so he put it away. The secret of it. He plans to study it after going back. According to the regulations of the Psychic Association. In the midst of weirdness, whoever kills weirdness usually gets the loot. If many people work together, they will be distributed according to their work. This second-order strange creature was completely killed by Lu Jie alone. The black box should of course be his personal property. After walking out of the fire, all the awakened people paid attention to him. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Jie. It's like seeing a ghost, and it's like worshipping a god. Too exaggerated. It's outrageous. It turns out that this guy's bragging was true. He can really single-handedly deal with that second-order weird creature. It's just that everyone didn't expect that. This destructive power is too amazing. Team 749 has been looking forward to Lu Jie for a long time. Zhang Kuang poked Yushan's waist with his finger, and whispered. Hey, tell me, did our captain bring any explosives on his body before going in? Yushan looked at him in bewilderment. Dynamite, what explosive? When the Lu team went in, they were single-handed, and they didn't bring anything except a dagger. Zhang Kuang looked at the sea of flames with no grass growing, swallowed hard and said. Then where did the explosion come from? And this sea of flames, I don't even believe it's less than 5,000 TNT. This remark made Yushan questionable. He stopped breathing, turned his head to look at the monstrous fire, and said with difficulty. Do not know. However, flame is indeed a supernatural attribute of Army Lu. Zhang Kuang. He and two other team members almost burst into foul language. What the hell? Blow up a whole factory to ashes. There are not many slags left. You tell me that a one-star awakener can do it. Wait until Lu Jie returns to the team. On the way back, he found that the atmosphere of the entire team had changed. Everyone was silent, and Shendu dodged his eyes. Lu Jie couldn't laugh or cry when he saw them. Hey, can't it be, we've been separated for such a short time, and this is how we are born. Yushan no longer had the bold smile he used to have, and sat there quietly. Zhang Kuang said a little aggrieved. Captain, stop joking. After all, not every awakened person is as violent as you. Yushan sighed deeply at this time, and sighed. We dispatched a full 100 people this time, but only 91 returned. 9 more people died in the mist. As soon as this statement came out, the others' eyes darkened and they lowered their heads. Lu Jie also felt a little uncomfortable. So everyone was silent, silently mourning for the dead compatriots. Back to the Psychic Society. Surprisingly, Lu Jie obtained 3 more first-order spirit crystals. They were all donated by other teams. They said. In the final battle at the center of the fog, if Lu Jie hadn't appeared in time and killed Weird with his own power, more people would probably have died. Because of the 9 awakened people who died in the line of duty, 8 of them died in the factory building. In the face of everyone's gratitude, Lu Jie was not hypocritical and accepted them all. For myself, whose goal is to enter the Holy Spirit Academy with my sister, I must firmly grasp every opportunity to become stronger. Come to the room. Put a Do Not Disturb sign on the door. Lu Jie refined all 3 first-order spirit crystals and 1 second-order spirit crystal. The crimson source force airflow continuously emanated from the spirit crystal and absorbed into Lu Jie's body one by one, and the level of source power in his body also began to rise. Gradually plump up. Ding. Congratulations on improving the host's strength. Bonus template fusion. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the evil spirit form. Current template fusion degree, 5%. The sound of the system sounded when Lu Jie reached the end of his practice. When Lu Jie heard the evil spirit form, his breath stopped, and he froze for 2 seconds. Evil spirit form. The evil spirit form is actually activated. His mood brightened up, and feel the power of the surging flames in his body. This kind of power, compared with the faintness and insignificance when he just awakened the F-level ability, is simply the gap between the ocean and a glass of water. Call. Lu Jie let out a long breath unconsciously. However, this inadvertent movement triggered an extremely violent flame flow. Directly melt all the furniture in the whole house. The pupils of Lu Jie's eyes flickered slightly, and he himself was a little amazed at the horror of the air current. Then he made up his mind. Tang! His whole body was instantly ignited with raging flames of hell. Moreover, the body also turned into a skeleton. Evil spirits. A real evil spirit. At this moment, Lu Jie is using the evil spirit form he just unlocked. In this form, evil spirits are basically the incarnation of immortality. And, even if Lu Jie was in human form, he was seriously injured. As long as he takes the form of an evil spirit, Hellfire can automatically repair his injuries. Whether it's knife wounds, gunshot wounds, missing limbs or even severed heads. Hellfire can fix it back at any time. Certainly. The premise is that the source power in Lu Jie's body is sufficient. This is even better than elementalization. Elementalization can only resist physical attacks, while my evil spirit form is double immune to physical attacks and soul attacks. It can also repair physical injuries. Also, in this form, the power of my Hellfire is at least doubled. Whether it's temperature or destructive power, I'm afraid it has reached another terrifying level. Lu Jie was amazed in his heart. These functions were all automatically instilled in his mind by the system after awakening the evil spirit form. He was not stupid enough to self-mutilate in order to test the self-healing ability of the evil spirit form. It's just a pity. The more powerful the function, the greater the consumption. Source power. It is doomed that Lu Jie cannot maintain this form for a long time. Unless it's late. When he is an 8-star, 9-star or even higher awakened person, he will not be so lacking in source power output. Correct. Lu Jie thought suddenly. Since maintaining the evil spirit form consumes a lot, why not just keep part of the body in evil spirit form? He immediately started experimenting with a thought. The power of the raging fire in the body instantly swept across the right arm. The right arm is surrounded by blazing pale golden hell flames, and the arm itself. It turned into dense bones. Really, Lu Jie was overjoyed. In this way, I can heal my wounds, increase the power of Hellfire, and prolong the time. After some more experiments with some evil spirits, Lu Jie's excited heart gradually calmed down. He couldn't help but start to imagine. Evil spirit form is just one of the most basic abilities of Ghost Rider. The stronger eyes of judgment, soul chains, etc. have not been unlocked yet. I really look forward to the surprise when I unlock these skills. At this time, suddenly there was a knock on the door. Lu Jie put away the Hellfire on his body, and asked in a deep voice. What is it? The outsider replied. Captain Lu Jie, the president has something to ask for you. Please go to the auditorium of the Psychic Association. Chairman, what is he looking for? In my impression, since the president held an awakening ceremony for himself last time, he has never appeared again. Okay, I'll come right now. Lu Jie didn't bother to guess, got up and followed the visitor to the 5th floor. Psychic Association, Great Hall. Chairman Zhang Yongguo stood in front of a big screen with his hands behind his back. What was played above was the shocking picture taken by some awakened people during the previous Mist Crusade. The monstrous sea of flames ignited smoke as thick as a black dragon. The dust filled the air, and the flames shot up into the sky. A huge factory building was destroyed in an instant. Even if you can't be there in person, you can still feel the devastating impact through the thick screen. Cough. President, are you looking for me? Lu Jie covered his mouth and coughed, attracting the director's attention. Only then did Zhang Yongguo turn around, and took a thoughtful look at Lu Jie's whole body. First he pondered for a long time, then suddenly said coldly. Lu Jie, when you participated in the Fog Crusade, did you bring any special props with you? For example, high-level spiritual weapon, talisman or something? Zhang Yongguo stared at Lu Jie with burning eyes, as if he wanted to see through his soul. Lu Jie thought to himself, so this is why he came to him. He said frankly, no, it depends on your own strength. Oh, hearing Lu Jie's speech, Zhang Yongguo raised his eyebrows and glanced at him, the wrinkles on his forehead were curled up. Really, didn't you use some high-level props? For example, the self-defense things your sister gave you. Zhang Yongguo still felt that it was very likely that Lu Jie had borrowed some powerful gadgets to achieve the effect of the sea of flames on the screen. In addition, Lu Jie's sister is also a well-known S-level genius in the 3rd district, so it's hard not to associate the two together. After all, Zhang Yongguo himself is a B-level talent, only a 2-star peak. However, Liu Jie still just shook his head calmly, and said lightly. Indeed, I rely on my own abilities to eliminate the weirdness. Although the tone of these words is light, it reveals a touch of firmness and confidence that cannot be doubted. Zhang Yongguo was shocked, and looked at Liu Jie in surprise. Could it be that you have reached the strength of 2 stars? Okay. Liu Jie nodded lightly. Zhang Yongguo was shocked. Deng even took Liu Jie to re-evaluate. Lobby. Many people have heard that the president is going to take the newcomers who just awakened half a month ago to reclassify. All of them turned into 8th wives, stretching their necks and crowding around the entrance of the grading hall to inquire. In the grading hall, Liu Jie calmly stood on the star test platform. Under the attention of Zhang Yongguo, Chen Baishui and other high-level officials in the audience, the star test platform started slowly. Liu Jie then closed his eyes and released his aura with all his strength. After a while, the crystal ball connected to the test bench lit up the brilliance of 2 stars. These 2 5-pointed stars directly shocked everyone in the audience beyond measure. With trembling fingers, Zhang Yongguo pointed at the crystal ball in disbelief and murmured. Really a 2-star awakener? How is this possible? Chen Baishui's big eyes with charming makeup were even more surprising. She covered her lips with her Qianqiansu hands, her eyes sparkled and she said. It's 2 stars so soon. How long has it been? Others became even more commotion. Countless eyes focused on Liu Jie, dumbfounded. 2-star awakener. I've been awakened for more than a year and I'm still 1 star. Unbelievable. Isn't he an F-level talent? Why is my D-level talent still 1 star? My C-level talent also took more than half a year to rise to 2 stars. Liu Jie only took half a month. Am I a fake C-level? Everyone was shocked. Liu Jie's expression was calm, listening to everyone's comments on him, his heart didn't fluctuate at all. Chen Baishui was the first to suppress the shock in his heart. She walked slowly towards Liu Jie, holding an exquisite gift box in her hand. A beautiful smile bloomed on the face of a delicate rose like a hibiscus. Congratulations, Captain Liu, you have been promoted to a 2-star awakener so quickly. I'm afraid you're going to break our record in District 1. After finishing speaking, Chen Baishui winked at Liu Jie quietly. The charming purple eyeshadow bling bling is really pretty. Liu Jie smiled slightly and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Vice President. Then he took the gift box from Chen Baishui. Inside is a 2-star badge. Wear it on your uniform, and others will recognize Liu Jie as a 2-star awakened. After wearing the badge, it even aroused the envy of a group of people. Except for the top management of the association. The vast majority of supernatural beings here are 1-star strength. Similar to the level of the team leader, it is almost the realm of the late 1-star. If you can reach 2 stars, you can be promoted to the management of the association. Everyone looked enviously at the star on Liu Jie's shoulder. The light in the eyes also seemed to be dyed into the shape of 2 5-pointed stars. Awakened who rose to 2 stars just after awakening, it can't be done. I'm almost out of shape with envy. This is amazing. Who will say that Liu Jie has an F-level ability in the future? Who am I to worry about? F-level ability has such a fast promotion speed. Compared to Liu Jie, I'm just trash. A group of awakened spoke sour words. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely joyful. In view of your rapid ascension speed, I think it is necessary to retest your ability talent level. What do you think? Old Zhang. Suddenly, Chen Baishui said this to Liu Jie with a smile, and turned to look at Zhang Yongguo. At first, it was the supernatural talent he personally determined for Liu Jie, which was defined as F-level aerobic inflammation. That's natural. Zhang Yongguo blushed. Obviously, at this point, he also feels that Liu Jie's talent is far more than just an F-level. Both presidents want to redetermine the talent level for Liu Jie. Others are even more curious. A large group of people was ready to surround Liu Jie to the Power Awakening Hall. The results haven't started yet. A few civil servants hurried down upstairs. The president's secretary, Wang Qi, handed over a piece of information to Zhang Yongguo anxiously. The latter looked at it, and in less than 10 seconds, his face instantly fell. What's wrong? Chen Baishui frowned and stepped forward to ask. Zhang Yongguo said in a deep voice. It's a bad thing. The strange fog over Shangcheng, the 15 awakened ones we sent, all lost contact. After investigation by our people, according to the final results, it is the invasion of supernatural beings from the Neon Kingdom. Moment. Everyone's face changed, and a nameless anger rose up slowly. These fools. Chen Baishui spat lightly, obviously disdainful of these awakened people from the Neon Kingdom. Lu Jie stood aside and listened. Seeing everyone's angry expressions, he understood. Resource. The world is weird, evil, twisted, bloodthirsty. Strange creatures can not only bring death and killing, but also can explode countless resources. Therefore, the strange fog in each district is a symbol of resources in the eyes of major psionic associations and even higher institutions. Where there are interests, there are disputes. After all, resources are limited, but the desire of awakened people in various countries to become stronger is never-ending. As a result, there are often invasions in weird areas between countries. Looting the resources of other countries and killing the awakened people of other countries have happened frequently in the past 10 years since the arrival of the strange. For this mission, 1-star awakeners cannot be sent. With a gloomy face, Zhang Yongguo decisively issued an order. Bai Shui, if the Neon Kingdom dares to invade our weird area, it must be prepared. This rescue operation, you come to lead the team. Chen Baishui's pretty face was full of solemnity. She nodded immediately and said, Okay, no problem. But I want to bring Lu Jie with me. Zhang Yongguo pondered for a moment, then decided. Lu Jie is also a 2-star awakener now, no problem. Then he turned to Lu Jie and said, The situation is urgent. Our compatriots are dying. You and the vice president hurry up and prepare, and the matter of talent determination will be postponed first. Lu Jie nodded. It's all right. In fact, although I am curious about what level of power the Hellfire is today, I can also tell which is more important, curiosity or the lives of my compatriots. Then, with the assistance of relevant staff, after bringing all the equipment, Lu Jie embarked on the journey to Shangcheng with the vice president, who is full of the atmosphere of a professional lady. Shangcheng, the bank of the Shangjiang River. This is an important city mentioned 81 times in The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It is also the place where the hero Guo Jing guarded the Mongolian cavalry for 10 years in Jin Yang's martial arts novels. The entire Shangcheng is built along the water. The city is tall and majestic, with a long history. It's just that Lu Jie and Chen Baishui didn't have time to appreciate the majestic city wall and entered in a hurry. As soon as I looked into it, I found a dead body. Chen Baishui stepped forward and knelt down to check. A sophisticated autopsy. Chen Baishui raised her eyes and stared into the distance. Her tone was dignified. The corpse is well preserved and was not killed by a strange creature. When Lu Jie heard it, he knew it immediately. If he didn't die at Weird's hands, then he died at the hands of humans. Awakened in the Neon Kingdom. Lu Jie saw his communicator beside the corpse. It's just that communication is no longer possible. The two looked at each other, knowing that the situation was critical. Then they rushed towards the center of the fog at a faster speed. Shangcheng, the center of the mist. The famous scenic spot here is Jiaoming Terrace. The awakened in uniforms on both sides are fighting fiercely. Among them, one party is generally short in stature, and 3 of them have samurai heads, clogs, and 2-star badges on their shoulders. All of them are arrogant and powerful. On the other side, dressed in the uniform of the Dragon Kingdom awakened, all of them were seriously injured. Most importantly, only one person wore the 2-star medal. In short, this battle is the siege of the Neon Kingdom, led by 3 2-star awakeners, against the Dragon Kingdom, which has only 1 2-star awakener. Now, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom was seriously injured. Many awakened people even fell to the ground and coughed up blood, unable to get up. All of them had red eyes, staring at the Neon Kingdom over there full of hatred. If the anger in his eyes could burn people, he would have destroyed them countless times. Despicable, shameful, sneak attack from behind while we are fighting weird. Is this the character of your Neon Nation? The injured 2-star awakener in Longguo roared. This person's name is Yi Lei, and he is considered a veteran 2-star powerhouse. It's just 1,000 calculations, and I didn't count the cubs in the Neon Kingdom playing sneak attacks. Haha, idiots of Dragon Kingdom, You don't know how to prepare yourself, how can you blame us for sneak attack? Besides, we, the Neon people, discovered the weirdness first. It's because you, the Dragon Kingdom, are greedy, so let your guard down. On the other side of the Neon, a sword-wielding warrior stood up and taunted Yi Lei with a mocking expression. Grass. Yi Lei was about to vomit blood in his heart. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen such shameless people. Deng even poked his neck and scolded angrily. This is the city of our Dragon Kingdom. The territory of the Dragon Kingdom. You Neon fools, how dare you say that you discovered the weirdness first? The compatriots of the Long Kingdom behind him struggled bloodily to stand up, desperately trying to do it again with serious injuries. Unfortunately, the difference in combat power is too large. 3 2-star awakeners on one side are in good condition. There was only one 2-star on one side, and he was seriously injured. Double sword style. Remnant flower killing Daoluan. A Neon awakened brandished the sword in his hand, and the sword light cut deep into Yi Lei's thigh muscles. Immediately, the skin was ripped apart, and the blood flowed continuously. Hiss. Yi Lei's face turned pale, and he almost fainted from the pain on the spot. Team leader. The teammates behind him cried out, with grief and anger on their faces. Ha 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 ha. On the other side of the Neon, there was a louder and presumptuous ridicule. The only 2-star combat power on his side also fell. Others are not opponents. Could it be that Shangcheng's resources and everyone's lives are really going to be lost here? A deep sense of despair permeated the hearts of everyone in the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone lowered their heads helplessly, and there were tears of confusion and pain in the corners of their eyes. Su, now is the time to completely end you. Finally, the awakened person on the Neon side walked towards this side with a knife in his hand and a grinning grin. The people of the Dragon Kingdom struggled to get up, trying to resist and escape, but they were injured and fell down. Life is about to end. Die. The 3 Neon 2-star warriors smirked and swung their knives. The sharp blades sliced through the air, about to slash the neck of the Dragon Kingdom awakened. Sudden, there was a scolding sound. Stop it, you Neon trash. A sharp whip flashed in the sky. The phantom of the light red long whip slapped the 3 blades fiercely. Clang. The crisp sound suddenly resounded all around. A valiant figure, wearing a tight-fitting combat windbreaker, holding a red shimmering whip about 8 meters long, appeared majestically above the clock tower. Her face was frosty, her pretty eyes were full of evil, and she said to the far end. Lu Jie, please take care of them and heal everyone first. Okay. Lu Jie jumped out from the other end of the clock tower. The figure is light and elegant, and he lands handsomely. Under the night, the bright moonlight reflected on the 2 golden 5-pointed star medals, shining brightly. 2 stars. It's a 2-star awakener. Great. The Psionic Association sent a 2-star powerhouse to save us. The vice president is here too. This group of Neon fools to death. Sao. The wounded Dragon Country Awakeners became emotional when they saw the badge on Lu Jie's shoulder. The reason why they were defeated before. It is because the high-end combat power is not as good as the opponent. Neon has sent 3 2-stars, while Longguo has only 1. In the case of being attacked again in the fight with the second-order weirdness, only 1 face-to-face and all members were seriously injured. But now, there are 2 2-star powerhouses on my side, and someone is the vice president. How can this not be exciting? Idiot. The faces of the 3 2-star awakeners of Neon turned ugly. It was already successful, and when it was safe, 2 odd numbers appeared to disrupt the situation. Don't be afraid of them, let's go together. Whoa whoa. The Neon awakeners raised their samurai swords and charged towards the clock tower. Above the bell tower, the tall and mature Chen Ying has a dusty temperament, arrogant and indifferent. Chen Baishui's red lips curled up in a confident arc, looking down at them from above. He flicked the red whip in his hand. Snapped. The crisp sound of whips resounded in the night sky. A red snake whip shadow flashed past. Sounded at the same time. There are also 3 2-star awakened people in the Neon Kingdom groaning in pain. They were hit in the chest by the snake-shaped whip light from Chen Baishihong's whip. A tragic scalding wound appeared on their chests. Chen Baishui, a 2-star peak awakener. B-level ability. Snake of the Fallen Princess. She can turn the source power in her body into a fallen princess snake to attack the enemy. It is more powerful when attached to weapons, and it also has the characteristics of burning and corrosion. The Psychic Association even specially collected rare special metals and materials to create this red whip just for her. The red whip is not an ordinary spiritual weapon like Lu Ji's dark gold dagger. It is an excellent spiritual weapon that can perfectly divert the source power in Chen Baishui's body and maximize her abilities. The two complement each other and complement each other. Therefore, with one blow, the 3 and 2 stars of Neon were directly injured. The girls from the Dragon Kingdom are a bit evil. On the ground, the Neon warrior had awakened who had just been shot down by the red whip cursed in a low voice. The eyeballs in the narrow eyes flickered, and I don't know what kind of idea he was thinking. Matsushima-san, let's use the power together, let's do it together. Samurai head Matsushima companion suggested. It is good. Subsequently, the 3 Neon 2-star awakeners each used their own abilities. There are all kinds of lights on them. Jian Ying, Lang Xiao, and Yuan Hun killed Chen Baishui on the clock tower together. However, Chen Baishui still looked at them coldly. He waved the red whip in his hand. Snapped. Man Wu's fallen princess snake flashed again. Puff, puff, puff. 3 muffled hums sounded again. The 3 awakened from Neon Island were whipped severely again and fell to the ground. Baga, baga, samurai head Matsushima is going crazy. He raised his head and roared impotently and furiously. Lu Jie on the other side took out the elixir brought from the Psychic Association and fed it to everyone to heal their wounds, while observing the battle situation on the other side of the clock tower. Tisk tisk, it turns out that the image of the Vice President's Yuji is related to the ability. It's good to use a small leather whip as a weapon, the Queen's training. At this moment, Lu Jie seemed to suddenly understand why Yu Shan was so big. Every time he saw the Vice President, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. Emotions have a tendency to shake men. Chen Baishui alone can suppress the 3 major 2-star awakeners in the Neon Kingdom. Nothing happened to Lu Jie here, the thoughts in his mind were free to flow. But, the next moment, the situation suddenly reversed. Woman, you are very strong. It's a pity we came prepared. Lucky to help. Quan Na. Formation. Let this woman from the Dragon Kingdom see the surprise we have prepared. The one with the samurai hair on the side of the Neon Kingdom shouted to his companion. Then the 3 of them suddenly changed their positions. And took out some kind of green spar-like thing from his arms, grasped it into claws and squeezed it hard. A light curtain of green triangular pillars instantly rose from the ground. Include the entire Jiaomingtai bell tower. There is also a thick green poisonous gas emitting from the light curtain, and the thick smoke is billowing. It turns out to be a Trinity enchantment. Above the bell tower, Chen Baishui's pretty face was calm and her eyes were cold. She glanced at the green enchantment rising from the ground, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Can it also be called an enchantment? She chuckled in her heart, but she let herself not make any resistance, quietly waiting for the arrival of the enchantment. In the eyes of the outside world, Chen Baishui was already trapped by this powerful barrier, unable to struggle. It seems that there is a tendency to become dizzy, weak, and almost fall from upstairs. Not good. This enchantment can suppress the source power in the awakened person's body, and it can also affect the mind. Someone below saw the power of this enchantment at a glance, and his heart sank immediately. Haha, see how powerful our neon narrow head poison nest enchantment is. In this enchantment, all 5 senses including source power will be completely suppressed. Unless the 3-star awakened person, there is no way to break the formation. Samurai head Matsushima laughed wildly. He looked at Chen Baishui's uncomfortable appearance in the barrier, and smiled happily. How painful it was to be whipped just now, how crazy it is now. The other 2 Neon 2-star awakeners also taunted. Even if your dragon country sends experts to support it, so what? Our big Neon is still superior. In this operation, we will not only steal your resources, but also kill your awakened ones, completely weakening the power of your dragon kingdom. The 6th district must be opened by our Neon Kingdom. Ha 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 ha. A large group of awakened people from the Neon Kingdom started laughing loudly. The laughter was presumptuous and ferocious, and a black crow was startled through the thick night. Long Guo was shocked and angry. Never thought that the Neon people would be so shameless. Proud to be mean. The following is proud. Grass. These little neon. I really want to heal the wound immediately, and rush to tear their mouths apart. Ms. Ted is so annoying. Too much deception. Extremely shameless. All the people of Longguo were angry and anxious. Watching helplessly as the Vice President Chen Baishui was trapped in the barrier, his five senses were lost and his source power was suppressed. But I and others have nothing to do. An enchantment that only 3 stars can break. This is the first district, how to find the strong man of Samsung. Frustration, annoyance, and anger are written all over everyone's face. Everyone can't wait to put on their wings and fly to the second district to ask the 3-star masters to come to support them. But everyone lowered their heads in despair. Because that is impossible. Just when the neon villain was triumphant and laughed wildly, while Longguo was downcast. A thin and tall figure slowly stood up. He calmly paced towards the barrier of the bell tower ahead. There was a sound of tang on the gradually moving back. In an instant, a flame with a core like brilliant gold rose up. Then he snapped his fingers. Boom! The fire was raging, sweeping the entire night sky, covering a radius of 100 meters. The raging tongue of flame descended into the world like a madman, instantly destroying the emerald green barrier of the clock tower. Everything is just a moment. The rampant size of the neon samurai head Matsushima stagnated suddenly, and then he looked bewildered. The smiles on the faces of the other neon awakeners froze instantly, their eyes widened, and they watched the barrier burn in disbelief. The people on the Longguo side who were lying on the ground to heal their wounds even sat up in a dying state, staring in shock at the shocking scene of flames in the sky. Yi Lei, the only 2-star awakened person before, was stunned on the ground, dumbfounded and said, "What kind of flame is this? So awesome." The sea of flames boiled, and the seemingly unbreakable barrier was swallowed up in the blink of an eye. Even the 3 neon 2-star awakeners responsible for maintaining the operation of the barrier were injured in the sea of flames. Even if Lu Ji's only attack target is enchantment, the surfaces of these 3 people still endured intense heat, and at least 1/5 of their skin was burned. Moreover, the body dehydrated severely, staring at the eyes, dizzy and swollen. The 3 people were horrified, and hurriedly took out the elixir from their bosoms to suppress their injuries. Shocked, they glanced at Lu Jie who was walking towards them, looked at each other, and fled directly to the north. Lu Ji's clear gaze was fixed on them all the time, so naturally he would not let them go easily. With light steps, he also chased after him. And in the original enchantment, Chen Baishui, the vice president on the bell tower, finally got rid of the suppression of the barrier. While gasping for breath, he was also worried about Lu Ji's safety. This kid is too reckless. He has just been promoted to 2 stars, how dare he chase 3 people by himself? Chen Baishui was thinking about Lu Jie, and jumped down from the bell tower. Concerned about the injuries of a wave of his own people. After leaving behind most of the elixir brought from the Psionic Association, he hurriedly chased after him. She can't let Lu Jie fall into a dangerous situation alone. And at this time, Lu Jie is desperately chasing and killing the 2-star and 3 brothers of the Neon Kingdom who have fled. I thought they would just flee to the end of the world. Unexpectedly, after entering a secret corner, the 3 of them came out together. I want to use the field of view to kill Lu Jie back. Baga, courting death, 2 sword-style remnant flower killing dazzled. The first person has a samurai hair combed and clogs on his feet, and the neon knife in his hand emits a petal glow like an afterimage. The blade flickered, and it slashed on Lu Ji's shoulder with lightning speed. Got it. The real feeling of the blade sinking into the flesh and blood was sent back to the hand of samurai head Matsushima, which made him feel excited. Natural ecstasy was born in his heart. The other 2 companions also showed ecstasy when they saw this, and they were going to take the opportunity to make up 2 more blows, and then fight back. Result: "Are you scraping me?" Lu Ji's indifferent voice sounded softly. At the same time, a bright golden flame swept across his whole body in an instant. And the wound on his shoulder just cut by the knife light, the bloody flesh healed suddenly at this moment. Turned into dense white bones, hidden in the flames like an abyss like a prison. Matsushima's complexion changed wildly with the knife, and his breath was stagnant. What the hell? The wound is healed. In the field of vision of him and the other 2 neon 2-star powerhouses. Lu Ji's whole body was burning with raging flames, and his body structure turned into creepy and mysterious bones. Like an evil spirit coming out of hell, it is about to reap the life from the mortal world. The devil. You are the devil. Don't come over here. Quick shot to kill him. Lu Ji's form at this time completely frightened everyone. They screamed and roared, and shot wildly in panic. But all the attacks and abilities, whether it's sword shadow or sound wave, whether it's physical or elemental skills, are all swallowed by the devil like hell. No defense at all. In other words, the injury was repaired in an instant. Bang! In panic, Matsushima dropped the knife in his hand to the ground, making a crisp sound. He looked crazy and shouted in horror. Elementalization. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Baga. This person is only the strength of a 2-star awakened person, how could he possibly master elementalization? I do not believe. They were extremely frightened at this moment, and the pupils in their eyes couldn't stop shaking. On the other side, Lu Jie slowly stretched out his hands of flames, and said softly. There is a way to heaven if you don't go, but if there is no way to hell, you come by yourself. Since you're here, don't leave. The 3 people in Songdao were so frightened by these words that they pissed and shit. How could they listen to Lu Ji's words? Their legs and feet were weak and they struggled to escape. Next second, boom, in an instant, the sea of flames was overwhelming. The raging hellfire engulfed the entire street. In an instant of 0.5 frames that can be captured by the naked eye, this world was baptized with flames. The 3 neon 2-star awakeners still kept running away in embarrassment. The body was instantly reduced to ashes. The flesh and blood melted directly. Then came the skeleton, which was burned by the sea of fire, reduced to ashes, and flew away. Subsequently, Lu Jie panted slightly and ended his evil spirit form. The sea of fire in the world suddenly cleared up. The heaven and earth are clear, the night sky is quiet, and calm is restored again. On the ground, a small purple box fell, not destroyed under the heat of hellfire. Aha! Lu Jie was a little surprised, and then took it away. Not long after, there was a hurrying sound from behind. Look back, it was Chen Baishui, who was sweating profusely and had a considerable chest heaving. She covered her chest, bent slightly and asked, Lu Jie, are you okay? What about the 3 neon 2-star awakeners? Lu Jie turned around to face her, and said calmly, died. Chen Baishui had a question mark on his face. Her delicate body shook, she opened her beautiful eyes and looked behind Lu Jie, but she couldn't see the slightest trace. She was dumbfounded, looking at Lu Ji's calm face in disbelief. Real or fake? In total, I wasted less than a minute. You just killed 3 2-star awakeners. Chapter 21. Lu Jie, tell me the truth, these 3 neon 2-star awakened people were killed by you, instead of running away. Chen Baishui looked at Lu Jie seriously, making the final confirmation. Lu Jie nodded helplessly upon hearing this. I said yes, why doesn't this woman believe it? Quote exclamation mark. Quote. Chen Baishui's delicate body was shocked, and her watery eyes painted with pink and purple eyeshadow stared deeply at Lu Jie for a while. As if to get to know him again. By the way, Lu Jie suddenly remembered something. He remembered that when these neon invaders were clamoring, they yelled that the 6th district would definitely appear in the neon. Don't weird areas appear naturally? Lu Jie told Chen Baishui his doubts. Chen Baishui held her hair, smiled lightly and said, you misunderstood, the strange area at the beginning did appear naturally. But with the development of the strange fog, higher level areas were gradually born. If it is the highest level weird area, we need to go through the weird fog to get a token fragment with a certain probability. This process is extremely dangerous, and all the strange creatures in the entire strange fog must be swept away. After collecting 100 token fragments, you can open a more advanced weird area. Chen Baishui explained so much in one breath. Lu Jie was stunned for a long time upon hearing this. According to the vice president, the birth of the 2nd district is the collection of 100 fragments in the 1st district, and so on. If you want to open the 6th district, you have to clear the 5th district 100 times the weird fog in the area. Single quote. Hiss. Lu Jie was slightly amazed in his heart. Wrong. More than 100 times. Not every time the fog is cleared, fragments will be born. For example, Lu Jie didn't have it last time. Isn't that too difficult? After Lu Jie figured it out, he smacked his lips and shook his head. Chen Baishui smiled wanly, patted his shoulder with her white wrist and said, "It is very difficult, but the resources are more abundant. Whoever can own the 6th district will have the initiative of the most advanced resources. For this reason, all countries in the world are fighting openly and secretly, and the conflicts have never stopped. It's a battle between top awakened people, and it's even a battlefield for heavenly powerhouses. Don't worry so much." Chen Baishui's words also spoke to Lu Jie's heart. The battlefield of the heavenly powerhouse. I am still a little scum who has just entered 2 stars. What are you worrying about? Shaking his head and smiling, he went back with Chen Baishui. This operation successfully rescued all awakened members of the association. It also foiled the conspiracy of the Neon Kingdom. The key is, Lu Jie found that after he went all out to cast the evil spirit form, he became more proficient in controlling Hellfire. The degree of fusion first has also increased by 2 percentage points. Ding! Congratulations to the improvement of the host's proficiency, reward the Ghost Rider template fusion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new skill, Soul Chain. Current template fusion degree, 7%. Soul Chain. With just a thought in Lu Jie's mind, a chain exuding silver Baijin quietly floated in front of him. Remarks. Soul chains, soul-locking spirits, penetrating the invisible. A short note, indicating the strength of this soul chain. Lu Jie wrapped it around his shoulders, and with a tang, the flames of hell emerged. He and the chains all burn with the fire of the spirit from hell. Meow. Suddenly there was a cat meowing from the ceiling. Lu Jie saw in a blink of an eye that it was a wild orange cat, walking gracefully and vigilantly towards it. Exactly, let's use you as an experiment. Lu Jie fixed his eyes on the orange cat, and the chains on his body flew away in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the famously agile cat is locked into a ball. And, Lu Jie felt that as long as he had a thought, he could pull out the cat's soul at any time. In other words, Lu Jie can use soul chains to deal with intangible enemies. I remember, the invisible weirdness, it seems that it will only appear from the 3rd district. Intangible and weird is not just as simple as having no entity. They are elusive, powerful, and very tricky. Except for a very few special abilities, human awakeners have nothing to do with them. The other side, the 5th floor office of the Psychic Association. Chen Baishui is working with Zhang Yongguo on the work of the last operation. This is the whole process report of the last rescue operation I compiled. Except for the short 1 minute when Lu Jie was chasing and killing alone, all other details are in it. Okay. Zhang Yongguo took the document and hummed lightly. In this rescue operation, we suffered from insufficient preparation and hastily acted. If it wasn't for Lu Jie, maybe including me, all Dragon Kingdom awakened people would die there. Besides, I don't think Lu Jie is a fish in the pool. He's a genius like no other in a million. A genius needs an environment suitable for his growth. Only by giving him a dragon gate can Lu Jie jump over it. Having said this, Chen Baishui took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I propose to send Lu Jie to the 2nd district. The dangers of the day's action. Chen Baishui also became afraid after returning home. It can be said that without Lu Jie, she might have too. And Lu Jie's record of killing 3 2-star awakened people in 1 minute, as well as the terrifying flames, made her firmly believe that Lu Jie must be a genius far beyond their imagination. Stay in the 1st district, too buried. Well, I see. Zhang Yongguo listened to Chen Baishui's words quietly, but his reaction was neither salty nor bland. Chen Baishui frowned slightly, but she couldn't say anything. So she took out another document. This is Lu Jie's information. I will trouble you with the application to transfer Lu Jie to the 2nd district. After handing over Lu Jie's information to Zhang Yongguo, Chen Baishui left the office. Recommending talents and transferring business to districts have always been the prerogatives of the president. As the vice president, the only role she can play is nomination. Bang! After the door is closed, Zhang Yongguo rolled his eyelids, glanced at Lu Jie's information casually, with an uneven expression on his face. He laughed twice. Zhang Yongguo pressed this document under the drawer. It's just a stunned boy with some ability. Although he has extraordinary talents, he is still a little far away from a super genius across regions. Zhang Yongguo turned his head away and began to deal with other tasks. As for Lu Ji's information, it was completely withheld by him. He thinks it is easy for an ordinary talent with less talent to enter the second division where Samsung started. Boom. In the training room, there was a loud noise, and the star-stone sandbag, which was nearly 2 meters away, was directly punched through. The heavy and fine sand immediately flowed all over the ground. Hiss. Captain, your strength has skyrocketed again. Last time it was a 1.5 ton sandbag, and you punched a hole in it. This time, you punched a 2-ton sandbag directly. Zhang Kuang stared dumbfounded at the sandbags piled up into a hill, and the shock in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Lu Jie clapped his hands with a satisfied expression. Since he was promoted to a 2-star awakener, not only the strength of his abilities has increased. The physical body is also much stronger. Zhang Kuang, I need to trouble you to clean up again. Lu Jie said to Zhang Kuang slightly apologetically. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It is my honor to serve the captain. A dog-like smile appeared on Zhang Kuang's face, and he waved his hands quickly. Lu Jie shrugged. Ever since he trained his strength to break the sandbags last time, this kid hurried over to show his courtesy, and it became a habit later on. After expressing his thanks, Lu Jie turned around and came to an empty dumbbell room. The place is big enough and private. Tang. Lu Jie's left arm suddenly climbed up to the golden hell flame. A lifelike flame dagger was also condensed in his palm. Compared to before, the current flame dagger, whether it is details or solidity, has been qualitatively improved. Lu Jie aimed at a barbell about 30 meters in front of him. The circular hole in the middle of the barbell was less than 3 centimeters in diameter. Go, Lu Jie thought. The flaming flying sword in the palm shot out instantly with a swish. With a buzz, it passed through the center of the barbell 30 meters away. Precision, accuracy, perfection. The distance has also increased from the limit of 20 meters to about 30 meters. Swish. There was another sharp sound, and a silver-white soul chain burning with raging hell flames was wrapped around Lu Ji's shoulder. This time, Lu Jie opened the window of the barbell room and looked up at a gray sparrow flying in the sky. Hum, whoosh. The soul chain lightning pierced out. In an instant, a sparrow's soul less than the size of a palm was arrested. Lu Jie looked at the sparrow's soul with a little bit of blue light in the transparent palm, and the corner of his mouth curled up in satisfaction. The power and speed of the soul chains are also growing extremely fast. 1 month. In the past month, Lu Jie has continuously entered the strange mist and harvested a lot of spiritual crystals. After refining it in the black box and purple box obtained before, Lu Ji's source power is now at the peak level of 2 stars. And his fame. It also spread directly among the psionic associations in the entire first district. All the awakened people in the first area have threatened. There is no weird fog that Lu Jie can't break through. Every time we team up to perform missions, we always consciously move closer to Team 749. Because Lu Jie is the captain of Team 749. Close to 749, that is, close to Lu Jie. To be near Lu Jie is to be near absolute safety. Even if you encounter an extremely terrifying and difficult creature, leave it to Lu Jie, you are right. Therefore, for more than a month, Lu Jie actually became the awakened who killed the most strange people in the first district. Tisk tisk, it's hard to imagine that the person who awakened the F-level ability back then is actually the fiercest one in our district. How long has it been? Less than a month and a half. All the weird fog in our area has been solved by Lu Jie. Tisk tisk, I don't think even the Vice President Chen Baishui is necessarily the opponent of Captain Lu. Why is an F-level ability so annoying? Could it be that some hidden ability was accidentally unlocked? The devil knows. Anyway, Captain Lu is fierce. When Lu Jie came out of the dumbbell room, he happened to meet a few 1-star awakened people making jokes. The object of discussion is precisely oneself. Seeing themselves coming, they nodded and bowed quickly. Lu Kor. Hello Captain Lu. Morning, Captain Lu. Everyone immediately greeted each other respectfully. Lu Jie smiled and nodded one by one, facing the admiration and discussion of everyone. Lu Jie was very calm. Because The strange creatures in the first area really don't exist that can pose a threat to him. Liu Jie didn't even have a chance to use the soul chain that was awakened a month ago. In many cases, the form of the evil spirit is not needed, and the strange creatures can't bear it, and they are roasted by the hellfire he cast casually. So, although my realm has not reached the level of a 3-star awakened person, my combat power should reach the standard of a 3-star. Liu Jie thought silently while walking. Just now he received a message from Yushan. A strange fog appeared in the city. This time, a total of 5 teams went to crusade and mop up. Liu Jie has already made a decision. After passing through this weird fog, he will be graded and then enter the second district. Only in a higher area, the awakened have better growth opportunities. Staying in the first district all the time, Liu Jie can't enter the Holy Spirit Academy in the year of the monkey. Liu Jie has never forgotten the agreement with his sister Liu Qingyi. Captain, you are here, where's Zhang Kuang? As soon as Yushan saw Liu Jie, he grinned and greeted him. Liu Jie couldn't help thinking of the scene where Zhang Kuang nodded and bent over to help him deal with the sandbags. Helplessly laughed. He's still cleaning the sand for me in the training room. I guess he'll be here in a while. Hearing this, Yushan laughed out loud. Captain Liu, your strength is getting stronger and stronger now, but Zhang Kuang's muddy legs are busy. But, Yushan suddenly bowed his head mysteriously and whispered in Liu Ji's ear. I heard that this weird fog is dangerous. On the surface, the association has only sent 5 teams, but in fact, these 5 teams have 2-star awakeners in charge. Liu Jie was shocked when he heard this. All 5 teams have 2-star awakeners in command. You must know that the first area is no more advanced than other areas. If the 2-star awakened people do not have further breakthrough potential, they will basically serve as senior pensioners in the association. In other words, 2-star combat power, except for the young and strong and those who intend to fight to advance to the second district, all serve as idlers in the association for the elderly. But this time, a total of 5 people were sent. Liu Ji's first reaction was that something serious happened. It is very possible that an unprecedented crisis has appeared in this weird fog. It's so dangerous that even if the association gathers enough combat power, it will still send the retired 2-star awakened ones there. The first area, Sucheng. It was foggy and lifeless. Since the eruption of the strange fog, it has been in a state of silence. Sucheng is like a big hole. The Psionic Association smashed hundreds of awakened people, but it still can't fill it. Captain, shall we still sweep from the periphery as before? Team 749, Yushan asked while running. Liu Jie concentrated and thought for a while. Then shook his head. No, the situation of this mission is critical. Let's go to the center of the fog as soon as possible. It is good. The other team members responded one after another and continued on their way with their heads buried. At the same time, in the center of the fog in Sucheng, a split-headed ghost grinned sinisterly. His arm turned into a bloody machete. With a random wave, the heads of the trembling awakened ones under the split-head ghost wraith were chopped off. Scarlet blood immediately splashed all over the sky. Bloody, brutal, terrible. The rest of the dozens of 1-star or even 2-star awakened were shaking like chaff, with terrified expressions on their faces. Third-order weirdness. How can there be a third-order weirdness in the first district? One of the 2-star awakened was pale, with helpless despair in his eyes. His trembling voice was covered by the commotion at the scene. It's a mess. Exclaiming, running, shouting, making a mess. Ordinary civilians are desperate, and the awakened ones don't even care about them. Unprecedented. Not surprisingly, dozens of people in this strange mist must all die. At this moment, Team 749 led by Liu Jie just arrived. However, new rescue teammates appeared, and the expressions of those awakened who were ashamed did not change much. Still staring at Wei Wei numbly and desperately, waiting to die at any time. Tier 3 is weird. It is no longer an existence that the awakened people in the first district can handle. Third-order weirdness. Liu Jie also noticed the appearance of this split-head ghost. His head seemed to have been split twice by an axe, split into 3 pieces. There is a faint aura floating up and down all over the body, empty and faint. The further down the more transparent. The expressions of Yushan Zhongguang and other team members suddenly changed, turning pale. Their legs trembled, and they couldn't even stand still. One can imagine how much psychological pressure a third-order strange statue brought to them. After Lu Jie carefully looked at Wei Wei, his heart warmed up. The cells of his whole body were hot, and he was eager to try. This is the first time I encountered a third-order weirdness. I don't know how much pressure I can bring to myself. Tang. Lu Jie's palm turned into flames first. He transformed into a flaming long sword and held it in the palm of his hand. After aiming at the split-head ghost wraith, just about to make a move. Boom! A sudden air bomb hit Lu Jie's body directly. On the nick of time. Relying on his strong body control, Lu Jie leaned slightly. Dodged the attack. He looked back coldly. I want to see who is actually sneak attacking from behind. It turned out that two strange awakened people came out of the corner of the street in the distance. One has a calm and indifferent expression, claims to be full of aura, and has a very proud posture. An unruly smile, revealing contempt for everyone from the depths of his eyes, especially on his head, which was dyed with colorful colors, which was unusually eye-catching among the crowd. But the two have one characteristic in common. That is on their shoulders, wearing a badge with 3 stars. 3-star awakened, it seems to be from the 2nd district. Lu Jie whispered, "That stupid boy in front, are you looking for death? A mere 2-star awakener, dare to attack the third-order weirdness. It's really bad luck." The flower-headed 3-star awakened man with an unruly smile came over, cursing Lu Jie all over his head and face. The other person, with a cold face, said to the other crowd, "Please get out of the way, this is a weird one with space ability." During the pursuit, he accidentally broke through the space barrier and appeared in the 1st district. "From now on, just leave it to us, please spread out," he said in his mouth. "Please leave and leave." The two of them directly started to clear the field from above, brutally pushing away everyone who stood in their way. Seeing this, Yu Shan was outraged, stood up and said, "Why do you want to drive us away? There are dozens or hundreds of awakened people here, and staying here can also be of great help." The unruly flower-headed 3-star awakened person immediately chuckled when he heard this. Pointing at Yu Shan with his stomach in his hands, he laughed loudly and said, "Aren't you just like that evil pen? Your brain is not working. It's just a bunch of 1-star and 2-star garbage, what's the use of staying here? Remember, the 3rd-tier battlefield is not something you can intervene in." His team members next to him looked cold, just staring at the third-order wraith, and said lightly, "That's right, you don't have anything to do here, just leave it to me, Ashwan." Yu Shan was insulted by such above-board ridicule. Chi's complexion was red and he was breathing heavily, but he still had to back away. After all, the other party is a 3-star awakened person. Once there is a conflict, it will definitely be you who suffers. The flower-headed awakener known as Ashwan was very satisfied seeing this scene. Nodding his head, he swaggered and prepared to walk in front of the third-order strange creature. He spread his hands and screened everyone away again. The meaning is clear. Everyone spread out, I'm going to start pretending. However, a casual chuckle. It resounded extremely clearly in the ears of these two 3-star awakened people. A thin and tall figure walked directly in front of them. "It's not your turn to intervene in the affairs of the 1st district. Roll." As soon as this statement came out, the faces of the two 3-star awakened people were extremely ugly in an instant, so gloomy that they dripped water. "Boy, do you know what you're talking about?" The most reckless Achuan looked cold, twisted his neck and looked at Lu Jie with a grin. His eyes were stern. "It seems that the next second will choose someone to eat. I said, this is the site of the 1st district, and you don't need to intervene, get out." This time, did you hear clearly? However, what responded to this guy was Lu Jie's cold language. He never retreated half a step, his eyes were calm and indifferent. Choose to be angry directly in person. This fearless aura and eyes did not deter the two 3-star awakened. But it scared the players in the other districts enough. "Hey," someone lowered their voices, looked at Lu Jie and they whispered. "Is it really okay to be so tough? He's a big boss from the 2nd district, the strong of Samsung." "I'm afraid Lu Jie is crazy. I feel the same way. I guess it's easy to kill the little miscellaneous fish before. I think it's the same as before. What should we do? Although the two 4 and 3-star powerhouses are a little crazy, we can't just watch Lu Jie die. A group of people bowed their heads and whispered to each other, discussing in succession. His eyes were full of worry for Lu Jie. He, did you hear what your teammates said? We are the 3-star awakeners from the 2nd district. It's for your own good to let you go, but now, I suddenly feel that your life like this is a waste of food, and it doesn't make any sense. A Shabi will have a Shabi way of death. Aren't you quite capable? Then go. A 2-star awakened delusional attempt to deal with a 3rd-order strange creature is really the biggest joke I've ever heard today. Ha 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 ha. Really? A Chuan, with a rampant smile, did not miss the opportunity to mock Lu Jie. After a burst of insults and wild laughter, he and his companion, the cold and calm man, stood aside. He quietly looked at Lu Jie, wanting to see how he would deal with this weird beast. This scene. Immediately, the hearts of all the other awakened people present were lifted up. ... Hey, this is a big game. These big shots in the 2nd district are angry. Why do you think Lu Jie is doing this? For a little face-to-face dispute, I put my life here. Many people sighed. Looking at Lu Jie's eyes, it was even full of pity. Zhang Kuang ran around anxiously. What should I do with Yu Shan? Are we just watching the captain die like this? Yu Shan's fists the size of sandbags were clenched. His eyes were fixed on Lu Jie's direction, and his teeth were almost gritted. No way, we are just 1-star awakeners. Without the help of these 2 3-star powerhouses, we would not be able to defeat this 3rd-order weirdness at all. Lu Jie, oh. Yu Shan's words. It was like cold water pouring on the hearts of other team members. Everyone stared at the hideous and terrifying 3rd-order monster in bewilderment. I only felt that his aura was so deep and strong, so invincible. But facing his captain Lu Jie head-on, his thin back seemed so helpless. Come on, what are you still doing there? Aren't you quite capable? A Chuan stood on the sidelines with determination. Seeing Lu Jie not moving, his ridicule became more and more presumptuous. Sudden, boom, a raging fire like a tyrannosaurus exploded across the entire street. Lu Jie's face was calm and composed. It's just that in the depths of his eyes, a raging fire has already ignited. Next second, justice comes from heaven. A flaming sword with a length of 10 meters fell from the sky. Directly penetrate that 3rd-order strange creature from the sky cap. Immediately afterwards, Lu Jie's arms turned into deep bones. There are golden hell flames attached to it. A silver-white chain was born from the void, and it was tightly held in Lu Jie's hand. The blazing high temperature swept through the scorching fire waves, roaring wave after wave on the entire street. How is this possible? A Chuan and his companions were forced by the monstrous fire waves to retreat again and again. A Chuan even touched the hair on his arm with lingering fear, and there was a slight tendency to be burnt. The heart was shocked, like the howling of the waves. With a distance of more than 10 meters, Huolang almost ignited his own hair. What kind of flame is this? The temperature is so high. And at this time, Lu Jie's evil-spirited arm tightly held the silver-white soul chain, and then threw it forcefully. The soul chain penetrated directly into the body of the split-headed ghost. Then it quickly danced and entangled, binding a transparent blue faint thing. After the bundle is firm. The corner of Lu Jie's mouth curled up confidently, and then he tugged hard. Boom! The soul chain directly exploded the blue transparent soul body. Dots of bright blue light splashed in the night sky. Ah! The 3rd-order strange creature only had time to let out a roar from the beginning to the end. Then his soul broke and he fell to the ground. Boom! The huge body hit the ground, causing a wave of vibration. The same shock was the hearts of all the people around. Yu Shan's madness and the others stared wide-eyed, and they just froze in place. This shit. Is Captain Lu Jie so fierce? Other 1-star or even 2-star awakened people were injected with a kilogram of adrenaline like a dying patient, and their bodies straightened up from the ground. Then he rubbed his eyes fiercely with both hands, and looked in disbelief at the strange creature that fell to the ground in front of Lu Jie. It's just seconds. It took less than 10 seconds before and after. Do you want to be so perverted? When can a 2-star awakened person have such a high combat power? And the other side, because of the close distance, Ashwan and his cold companions, who were forced to the corner by the high temperature wave of Lu Jie's Hellfire, were even more exciting on the surface. They were shocked again and again, like waves rolling. That turbulent feeling made them return to the feeling of facing Rakshasa, Lu Qingyi in person. Back then, that S-rank woman was so perverted. Could it be that this boy in front of him is also a genius boy with super S-level abilities like Lu Qingyi? The atmosphere at the scene was as cold as frost for 9 days, and the surrounding air condensed. Wait until the third-order strange soul fragments completely dissipate in the air, and the last light blue starlight also disappears. The 2 3-star awakened who were forced to be in the corner by the high temperature just woke up like a dream. Where is the stupefied head? It scared me. A Chuan's face was extremely ugly, and curse words spewed out of his mouth. But when he looked at the back of Lu Jie in front of him, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. The companion next to him had a serious face, his lips were tightly pressed, and he did not speak. After realizing that the eyes of everyone behind him were slowly coming to him, Ashwan suddenly felt his face was dull, and an unknown fire rose in his heart. He spat on the ground. Look at Nima. What are these things? Say it. He will leave with his companions. Frightened by their 3-star power, Yu Shan and the others dared not speak out, and stared at them with fiery eyes. But helpless. Just when the 2 3-star awakened people breathed out their fragrance and swaggered away, Lu Jie turned around slowly, stared at them, and said with burning eyes, "Huh, is it that easy to leave?" The bodies of the 2 people stopped suddenly, and then turned around. Ashwan raised the corner of his mouth, looked at Lu Jie with a malicious smile, and mocked. "What's the matter, boy? What conditions are there for us to leave?" Lu Jie didn't care about the attitude in his tone, his face was calm, and he said lightly, "It's very simple. Which one of you just had a dirty mouth? Just apologize." This sentence instantly made the 2 3-star powerhouses burst into laughter. They glanced at each other with disdainful smiles in their eyes. "Ha ha ha. Sorry, Lao Niu, did I hear correctly? Is this evil saying that we want to apologize?" "Ha ha ha." A Chuan walked up to Lu Jie directly, looked at him provocatively, and said with a ferocious smile, "What if I say no?" Lu Jie rolled his eyelids lightly, and said calmly, "If you don't apologize, then you can only be sorry." Hee hee. The smile on Ashwan's face on the opposite side disappeared instantly, and he gave a dry laugh. The next second his expression became gloomy and distorted. "A mere 2-star awakened person pretended to me over and over again. Is it true that I have a good temper?" Boom. Groups of dead souls like ghost claws possessed him. Dozens of dark green floating soul-like creatures wandered in his body. This person's body suddenly became translucent. At the same time, this person's smile was even more presumptuous and arrogant. His body was transparent, floating in the air, condescendingly playing with Lu Jie. "Boy, just now, whom did you say you want to apologize for?" Sea-level ability. Liao Yuan 100 Ghosts. This ability can turn the body into a half-soul, and can collect the dead souls of weird or human awakened people for their own use. A very tricky and weird ability. This person has a supernatural power. There are circles of cold breath in the air. Yu Shan, Zongquang and the others shuddered unconsciously, with a little fear and worry in their eyes. The 1-star awakened people next to the 2 of them had a hint of doubt in their eyes. Haunted. With the word Chuan in the name, why is there such a familiar feeling? And at this time, Lu Jie's still calm expression showed a bit of coldness. He finally looked up at a Chuan who was floating in the air, and just raised his right hand. Whoosh! A sharp piercing sound sounded. Then a silver-white chain appeared out of nowhere in the sky, piercing Ashwan's body instantly with lightning speed. The flames of the soul burned fiercely, and there was a sizzling, roasting sound. What? Ashwan's entire translucent body, which was directly hit hard by the blow, solidified a little instantly. A scream of pain came out of his mouth. Forced to release the possession of his supernatural ability, he fell from the sky in embarrassment. His companion immediately followed up vigilantly, and after helping him up, the 2 looked at Lu Jie cautiously together. And the silver-white soul chains flying in the air like a swimming dragon gave them a great shock. The arrogance and mockery in Ashwan's eyes disappeared completely. Instead, it was full of shock and fear. He looked at the chains flying in front of Lu Jie, his pupils trembling uncontrollably. What kind of chain is this? Could it be some kind of unique spirit weapon? Even if his ability is in the entire second district, he still has a certain reputation. The self who can become a half-soul can often attack the enemy in battle, but the enemy has nothing to do with him. Such an omnipotent ability was instantly defeated by this chain. It's weird. Go together. At this moment, he didn't dare to hold back anymore, and directly exchanged a glance with his companion, reaching a tacit understanding. He once again transformed into the form of Liao Yuan 100 ghosts with a half-spirit body. In the companion's hand, there was an extra blue longbow with a strange shape. The two just need one look. They rushed forward together, ready to surprise Lu Jie. The two 3-star awakeners shot together. The momentum is frightening. The other awakened people watching the battle couldn't help but exclaimed. Yu Shan's palms were full of sweat. Zhang Kuang covered his mouth and widened his eyes. They didn't dare to watch the next scene. However, Lu Jie never moved a footstep from the beginning to the end. Even at this moment, the two 3-star awakened who were one level higher than him come together. He also just stood still. With a tang all over his body, a burst of hell flames burst out. In the depths of Lu Jie's eyes, raging hellfires were already burning. Treating two 3-star awakened people is like dead people. I saw him thinking about it. The hellfire instantly condensed into countless golden flaming daggers. Showing their sharpness, they all aimed at the two 3-star awakeners. Countless small swords burst out with the sound of burning flames. The sky is full of flames, flickering and extinguishing. Reflect Lu Jie's face as a demon from hell. Go. Lu Jie spat lightly in his mouth. Whoosh whoosh. Countless small flaming swords shot out like a torrential rain. It was like a rain of fire. One of the two cast out the undead ghost claw, and the other shot the Xiaoyun piercing sword, but they were both incinerated in the torrential rain of the sword. And the momentum of the fire sword continued unabated. It pierced through all their limbs with an incomparable crushing force. They were shot down to the ground like a crushing blow. Wow! A mouthful of thick blood spewed out. Tread. Lu Jie's footsteps also started at this time. With an indifferent expression, he looked down at the two seriously injured and coughing up blood from a high position, and smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth. The so-called elites in the 2nd district, is this the capital? You two, also worthy of being arrogant in front of me. Boom. It was like a muffled thunder shaking out of thin air. All the people present trembled. Everyone looked at Lu Jie with awe and incredible shock. The 3rd level was weird, and the two 3-star awakened were all crushed. Lu Jie, it's so strong. Gululu, Yu Shan, is our captain so strong? It's unbelievable to be strong. Swallowing his saliva wildly and laboriously, looking at Lu Jie with a stern and proud expression in disbelief, his brain was a little out of order for a while. What the hell, how did labor and management know? Shock was also written on Yu Shan's face. He had fought against Lu Jie, but he was crushed unilaterally in that sparring match, and he couldn't see where Lu Jie's limit was. I thought it would be enough to break through to a 2-star awakener in just 1 month. I never thought that even the 3rd order strange creatures and the two 3-star awakened people are not his opponents now. Wow, the awakened ones around became noisy. Everyone lowered their heads slightly, and looked at Lu Jie with a cold expression with deep shock and a little awe in their eyes, obviously unable to believe what they just witnessed. A 2-star awakener who killed the powerful 3rd order strange and 3-star awakeners. Sky, do you want to be so crazy? ... Only. In addition to being shocked, the crowd was also mixed with a little worry. Someone recognized the origin of these two 3-star awakened people. Oops, Liao Yuan 100 ghosts, isn't this ability the same as that of Chu Qinghai from District 5? He is Chu Qinghai's younger brother, Chu Qingquan. Chu Qingquan. Someone at the scene heard the name whispered silently and fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, he began to realize suddenly. Chu Qinghai. The ability is the one with the S-level ability 100 Ghosts Night Walk. Hiss. This guy is Chu Qinghai's younger brother, Chu Qingquan. It's over now, I offended the boss of District 5, Captain Liu is in trouble. A group of people were whispering. And Chu Qingquan, who was lying on the ground at this moment, finally stopped pretending. He wiped away the blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and looked up at Lu Jie with a wicked smile, his expression rampant and angry. Good boy, I remember you, my lord. If you dare to attack me, even the people in the 3rd district don't have the guts. You are dead. Chu Qingquan spoke viciously, and his expression was as arrogant as possible. But deep down in his heart, he was still crazily wondering about the silver-white soul chains wrapped around Liu Jie. What is the origin of this ghost chain? Single quote. There are such strange and powerful spirit soldiers. Even my brother's spiritual weapon, the effect is not so evil. Chu Qingxuan felt that his body didn't seem to have any injuries. But as long as he moves a little, the sense of splitting from the bottom of his soul will make his heart tremble violently and be terrified. Liu Jie stood silently in front of the two of them, facing harsh words and provocations, as if he had never heard of them. It's just that the corners of his mouth inadvertently pulled out a little arc, which seemed to reveal the disdain in his heart. A second-generation ancestor who hastily pulled out his background and backer after being embarrassed and defeated, is like a stray dog after being pale and eager to prove that there is a more ruthless and stronger elder brother behind him. Whether it's harshness or bluffing, Liu Jie felt that he didn't need to talk to him. However, his inadvertent ridicule deeply hurt Chu Qingxuan's fragile heart that has never been pierced. Didn't you hear Laozi talking to you? You still dare to laugh at me? Chu Qingxuan struggled to support the ground, and was about to get up and fight Liu Jie again. He was caught by his companion in time. The companion changed his previous paralyzed expression, and solemnly shook his head at Chu Qingxuan, stopping his impulsive thoughts. The night was like black ink, and the pain of the silver-white soul chains that touched the soul faintly leaked in the cold air, which made Chu Qingxuan recall the pain of the soul just now. With a slight chill, his impulsive heart calmed down instantly as if ice water had been splashed on it. The moment he bowed his head, Chu Qingxuan suppressed all the unhappiness and resentment in his heart. The moment when I limped away with my companion. He turned around suddenly, and said to Liu Jie again. Boy, if you are capable, don't step into the second district in your life. If you dare to enter the second district, you will die. Finish the harsh words. Probably because he was afraid of Liu Jie's revenge, he ran away with his companions in a desperate manner. Liu Jie stood there flatly, shaking his head slightly. He didn't take these two to heart at all. He casually put away the spirit crystal and black box that fell on the ground. This is a spoil of war. Liu Jie took the third level of weirdness by himself, and the things that broke out should belong to Liu Jie alone. No one present dared to say anything. Not only that. Instead, many people gathered around with complimenting expressions on their faces, full of praise for Liu Jie. Praises like, the pride of District 1, the rising supernova, and, the savior of the awakened, were all placed on Liu Jie's head. Even the members of Team 749 wanted to come over and say something nice, but they didn't have a chance. Liu Jie has no time to tangle with everyone. After nodding with a perfunctory smile, he left alone. Clean up the weirdness in the remaining area one by one. This time, the weird fog has been completely and satisfactorily resolved. When it was almost dawn, Liu Jie, Yushan Zongquang and the others got together and prepared to return to the Psychic Association together. On the way, he found that the attitude of his teammates had changed a lot. All in all, Yushan's demeanor of a big brother in society is gone, and Zongquang doesn't say any nonsense. The dense night is about to be completely replaced by the dawn. The internal status of the 749 team has gradually undergone some rapid changes. Back to the Psychic Society. Liu Jie was just about to enter his room to digest the harvest this time. Those who haven't come quickly close the door. A plump and graceful girl in black silk stepped on her high heels, walking, The vice president, Chen Baishui, moved her curvy waist, and her eyes lit up when she saw Liu Jie. She waved to Liu Jie. Come to my office. Well. Liu Jie touched his nose. Why are you in such a hurry to find yourself? Generally speaking, the Psionic Association will give the awakened ones a week or even longer vacation after completing the task. Like Liu Jie, it is very rare for the vice president to call the back foot to the office as soon as the front foot comes out of the weird fog. However, seeing the seriousness of the vice president Chen Baishui, Liu Jie had no choice but to temporarily hide his doubts behind his head and followed. On the way to the 5th floor, while Chen Baishui pretended to be calm and led the way ahead, she tried her best to calm down the wonder in her heart. Yes, for some reason, Chen Baishui had a mysterious appreciation for Liu Jie, so he naturally paid extra attention. As soon as Liu Jie and the others came back, Chen Baishui learned the detailed report of the mission. It was this report that completely shocked Chen Baishui's mind. With a 2-star realm, with his own strength, he killed a third-order strange creature. And the process is still spike. According to the descriptions of those present, the entire beheading process took less than 10 seconds. What kind of amazing record is this? Not only that. What followed in the report made Chen Baishui even more frightened. Liu Jie and the others clashed with the awakened ones from the second district. And, with an absolute advantage, defeated 2 3-star awakeners from the second district. If it weren't for the unanimous opinion of the people who came back, Chen Baishui would even doubt the authenticity of this report. Even so, her state of mind at this moment is still difficult to calm down for a long time. That's why I couldn't wait to give Liu Jie a break, and hurriedly called him to the office. Not for a while, Liu Jie reached the same position as Chen Baishui. Although he was curious about the purpose of the vice president calling him, his expression remained calm. In his eyes, there was always calmness and calmness. It was Chen Baishui who turned his head and took a deep look at Liu Jie. She has decided that Liu Jie's strength is definitely more than 2 stars. She has worked in the First District Psychic Association for many years, and she has a lot of experience. But among the tens of thousands of awakened people who come and go in the First District, none of them can reach Liu Jie's level. Generally speaking, it takes at least 3 years for an ordinary 1-star awakener to advance to 2-star. A genius can speed up this speed to 1 year or even half a year. But someone like Liu Jie, who has just awakened for more than a month, has such a state, which is unheard of. Bang. The two walked into the office. The door was slammed shut. Chen Baishui took the lead in sitting on her sofa chair, raised her long legs in alluring black silk, but stared at Liu Jie with a serious face. One mouthful is full of worries. You, do you know who you offended this time? Liu Jie was dumbfounded. Aha, what a fool, did I offend anyone? After turning his mind, he immediately realized who the Vice President Chen Baishui was referring to. It was the 3-star awakened person who had to be moved out of the background by himself in a second. Liu Jie himself, of course, didn't care at all, and didn't take this kind of person to heart at all. He said absent-mindedly, "It doesn't matter, I don't care who I offend." Hearing Liu Jie's words, Chen Baishui rolled her beautiful eyes. She knew at a glance that Liu Jie did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Deng even began to tell him the background of the 3-star awakened person earnestly, how terrifying it is. You, really, I don't even know what to say about you, but Chu Qingquan's own strength is not particularly outstanding. He has been in the second district for 4 or 5 years and is still in the realm of 3 stars. But do you know who his big brother is? Chu Qinghai. That's a big shot from District 5. You know, the most advanced area in the entire world is the 5th area. Where is the 5th district? It's full of 9-star powerhouses and heaven-level powerhouses. Any one of them blows and we will die. Let's not talk about Chu Qinghai's own strength, but his supernatural ability is S-level Hyaki Night Walk. After using it, one person can be an army. I once achieved all the weird feats of blocking a whole fog with one person's strength when I was young. And it is rumored that he himself is very defensive, and belongs to the type of revenge. You provoked his younger brother, so he must have recorded it. After Chen Baishui said so much in one breath, he stretched out his hand to find some tea on the desk and drank it all in one gulp. The reason why she was so solemn was to tell Liu Jie that he was in trouble. And it got into big trouble. Only, Liu Jie didn't seem to be very interested in this, and his face was still calm when he heard this, with no fluctuations in his expression. Chen Baishui had no choice but to advise him solemnly. Since you offended Chu Qinghai's younger brother, it's best not to enter the second district. Otherwise, life may be in danger. Her reminder. Liu Jie accepted the kindness. But deep down, he didn't care at all. His goal is to enter the Holy Spirit Academy. That is a transcendent institution above all 5 regions. Even her sister Liu Qingyi, who has S-level abilities, is struggling so far. Now that Liu Jie has made a vow to enter the Holy Spirit Academy with his sister, how can he give up because of some twists and turns? Therefore, Liu Jie not only decided to enter the second district, but also as soon as possible. Faced with the kind reminder from Vice President Chen Baishui, Liu Jie could only shake his head and said, "Do not. I decided to enter the second district now." The decisive tone stunned Chen Baishui. She even saw stars like iron sparks in Lu Ji's eyes. That kind of firm will is indelible like a rock. Opened his mouth. Chen Baishui could only sigh helplessly. Okay, I lost to you. Since you insist on entering the 2nd district, I will take you to the president and then go to Dingxing. To determine the star is to evaluate the real realm and combat power. Thank you, Vice President. Lu Jie nodded his thanks. Chen Baishui curled her lips and waved her hands, indicating that she lost to this guy. Then the two came to the president's office on the opposite side. Zhang Yongguo was puffing up the clouds inside. Seeing Chen Baishui leading Lu Jie forward, she slowly put down her cigar and said with a smile. You are here. Seeing this, Lu Jie raised his eyebrows. He felt that the chairman seemed to be sure that they would come and had been waiting here for a long time. Old Zhang, Lu Jie is determined to be promoted to the 2nd district, give him a star. Test his true realm. However, I guess Lu Ji's strength is no longer 2-star, let alone 3-star, but a higher realm. Chen Baishui went straight to the point and stated his intention for coming. He also proudly boasted about Lu Ji's strength. Back when she was optimistic about Lu Jie, Zhang Yongguo didn't believe it. Hehe, I've also seen Lu Ji's record, and his strength must be more than 2 stars. But if you say it surpasses Samsung, that's a bit ridiculous. After Zhang Yongguo extinguished the sparks of the cigar with his backhand, he smiled and denied Chen Baishui's guess. Old Zhang, Lu Jie is a strange 3rd-order instant second. Do you know what instant second is? Can the 3-star awakened person instantly kill the strange existence of the same level? If it's really that simple, the people in the 2nd district won't let the 3rd-order weirdness run away. They even sent 2 awakened people over. Zhang Yongguo didn't argue with Chen Baishui even though he was getting old. He took a key out of a drawer, got up and said, let's go and test it and you will know. Chen Baishui grabbed Lu Ji's shoulders, and gave a wink with joy. Go, let the old man see. Lu Jie was helpless, he found that the woman was still trying hard to hold his arm. Ordinary strength can't shake it off. There was no other way, so I had to follow the 2 guild leaders to the Dingxing Hall. The door, it has already been crowded with melon-eating people who watch the excitement and don't think it's a big deal. Many people heard that Lu Jie, who had just returned from the weird mist species, was going to fix the star in seconds. Everyone was as excited as if their wife had given birth to a fat boy, dancing and dancing. Messages spread layer by layer. When Lu Jie and the others arrived at the Dingxing Hall, they found that hundreds of people had been waiting here. They all looked helplessly at Zhang Yongguo and the others leading Lu Jie to fix the star. Should I be so exaggerated? Lu Jie slandered in his heart, feeling like a girl with big flowers on a sedan chair, who could be watched by anyone. I'm coming. I'm really looking forward to it. A ruthless person who can reach the 3rd level of weirdness in an instant, I don't know what level of strength it is. It's not just the 3rd-order weirdness in an instant. I heard that Captain Lu even beat up the elites in the 2nd district. Tisk tisk, I was there at the time. Captain Lu is truly extraordinary, like a god descending into the world. With just one blow, he beat the 2 3-star elites from the 2nd district to no avail. Hiss, such a dick. It's not just a dick. Is there a dick that explodes? I really want to know how many stars Captain Lu can order later. It doesn't matter how many stars he has, a boss who can beat 2 elites from the 2nd district, his strength can't be weak. A group of people discussed and watched Lu Ji's face light up. They listened to Lu Ji's record, as well as the gossip passed by word of mouth among friends, and all of them were excited. As if he was the one who beat up and insulted the elite of the 2nd district. And there is honor. In the corner, looking at the bustling crowd, Zhang Kuang sighed. He asked Yu Shan, after the captain fixed the star this time, we will rarely see each other, right? Yu Shan leaned against the door rail, silent. After a while he sighed. Lu Jie is the real dragon in that pool of water, and we are just fish and shrimp who once swam with him. The real dragon always wants to jump over the dragon's gate. As a fish and shrimp, how can you follow the real dragon all the time? Yu Shan's words immediately made Zhang Kuang's expression froze. It took a long time before he resentfully said, Vice Captain, I thought I was the only one who could speak nonsense before, but I didn't expect you to start talking nonsense too. No one compares himself to a fish or a shrimp. Yu Shan shrugged indifferently. Fact, comma, in the hall. Liu Jie has already stood on the test platform according to the request of the chairman Zhang Yongguo. The standard for star determination this time is the abundance of source power. Source force is the foundation of the awakened. People who have no or very little source power in their bodies, even if they awaken S-level powers, are useless. Take a deep breath. Liu Jie closed his eyes. The abundant source power in his body became active under the mobilization of the platform and react on the display stand through the equipment. Gradually, as all the sources in Liu Jie's body were awakened one by one, the stars lit up on the display stand gradually changed from 1 to 3. Samsung awakened. The measurement results are out. Liu Jie's strength has successfully reached 3 stars, and he is already qualified to officially go to the second district. The other side, Zhang Yongguo is very satisfied with the results of this measurement. Exactly as he imagined, Liu Jie is indeed a Samsung. But what he didn't know was, the strength of the 3 stars is at best the level of source power in Liu Jie's body. But now he has Hellfire and Soul Chains, 2 big killers. This will not be sensed by the source force measuring instrument. And, in the foreseeable future, Liu Jie will also have mysterious and unpredictable abilities such as Eye of Judgment, Eye of Scourge, Elemental Manipulation, etc. The strength will only become stronger. And compared to the chairman's expectation, Vice President Chen Baishui was a little puzzled. At this moment, she fell silent holding Liu Jie's information. Many people have either witnessed or heard about Liu Jie's amazing and proud achievements. Almost forgot that this guy is just an F-level ability. Aerobic inflammation. No matter how Chen Baishui saw it, he found it ironic. She whispered, F-level ability. A super genius who soared to 3 stars in a month. The world must be crazy. After Liu Jie got off the test bench, seeing the Samsung logo, he nodded in satisfaction. Chairman Zhang Yongguo even smiled and personally presented him with a 3-star badge. Staying on his shoulders, Liu Jie has since become an officially recognized 3-star awakened person. Papa, Chairman Zhang Yongguo slapped his hands. Then he and Chen Baishui looked at each other and announced loudly. Starting tomorrow, Liu Jie will leave everyone. He will be transferred to the second district, where he will continue to fight bloody battles with the weird ones. This is what was said before. The star setting this time is also to pave the way for the Liu Jie Ascension area. However, the melon-eating crowd below were in an uproar. Their hearts were shaking. In addition to envy, there are countless shocks in the eyes. One by one seemed to be dumbfounded in place. How long has this Nima been? After more than a month, he was transferred from the first district to the second district. Even the most monstrous genius in the history of the Psionic Association can't do this, right? Only teammates around Liu Jie who knew Liu Jie, Zhang Kuang and Yu Shan had already expected it. However, the expressions on their faces were still full of shock. But more, it is exhortation and encouragement. Since the fish and shrimp will part with the real dragon sooner or later. Then, sincerely wish that the real dragon can soar into the sky and fly all over the world. The next day, many awakened people who went out to perform tasks, and others who did not hear the president's announcement yesterday, also learned that Liu Jie was about to go to the second district. After hearing this, everyone was stunned in place, dumbfounded. Captain Liu is still human. I've been in the first district for almost 3 years, and I'm not even a 2-star awakened person. He's about to be promoted to the second district. Ahem, don't forget, he has an F-level ability. F-level ability, soaring to 3 stars in January. He also beat 2 elites from the second district, do you believe it? It's too exaggerated. It's a pity that I looked down on Captain Liu a month ago, but he can be promoted to the district in a month. What a slap in the face. Hey, I heard that Captain Liu's sister is a talented girl with S-level abilities. If there is a sister, there must be a younger brother. I really don't know what kind of fame Captain Liu will achieve after he is promoted to the second district. In the dining room, all the awakened people were discussing things in the Liu Gesheng area enthusiastically with their bowls and chopsticks. Everyone is enthusiastic. In addition to the shock, there is also countless pride in the joyful expression. After all, this is the fastest record ever. Liu Jie didn't eat at noon. The star setting time was delayed yesterday. Now he is shutting himself in his room, digesting the gains of this time. The 2 black boxes are from the 2nd order and 3rd order weirdness respectively. And dozens of spirit crystals. Such a big harvest. Even if the black box is not counted, it will take several months or even more than half a year for other awakened people to accumulate so many spirit crystals. Not everyone can single out the same level of weirdness, or even kill it instantly. Liu Jie was calm and relaxed, holding precious cultivation resources in his hands. After letting go of your thoughts, start practicing to improve your strength. Time passed little by little. The spirit crystal and the black box in his hand also gradually lost their sparkle, turned into dry powder, and then dissipated. And Liu Jie's own source power and realm will rise accordingly. A steady stream of climbing. Ding! Congratulations on improving the host's strength. Bonus template fusion. Current fusion degree, 8%. When Liu Jie's practice is coming to an end. The system's boost sound came quietly. As soon as Liu Jie opened his eyes, he seemed to be bursting with light. 8%. This progress is already amazing. In just 1 month's effort, the template can be advanced to 8%, which is only the weakest weird area in the first area. In time, Liu Jie can continue to sharpen in areas with higher resources and more abundant, and the speed will definitely be faster. With his heart surging, Liu Jie settled down to check his progress. Tang! With a thought, a coquettish and mysterious hellfire appeared at the tip of Liu Jie's index finger. The color of the flames is bright and deep. The brilliant lava gold core inside has expanded to 1/3. Swish! Liu Jie thought again, and the hellfire on his fingers turned into a bright and pretty face. The beautiful face of Sister Liu Qingyi was condensed by Liu Jie with flames. Really, Liu Jie's heart skipped a beat. He was just thinking about trying to see if he could imagine the thoughts of his sister Liu Qingyi in his mind. Unexpectedly, hellfire could really change into the appearance of Liu Qingyi's face according to his will. This means that Liu Jie's proficiency in hellfire has reached an extremely high level. Ordinary people may not be able to look like real people even if they copy paintings from photos. On the other hand, Liu Jie directly used his own ability to transform out of thin air. This kind of meticulous control is evident. There are also soul chains. Liu Jie said softly, he has not forgotten his big killer. Whoosh! Liu Jie's eyes flashed, and a silver-white chain came out of thin air. As graceful as a frightened bird, as graceful as a dragon swimming. Liu Jie tried to change it into the shape of a lightning spear. Bang! The soul chain, which was dancing slightly in the air, directly made a sound of steel, and the chain itself was immediately straight as a gun shaft, and the sharp head of the chain turned into a silver spear tip, exuding the ultimate frontal cold. Go! Liu Jie looked at a 3-meter-high boulder outside the window, and raised his eyelids slightly. The sharp gun transformed into the soul chain was shot out instantly. Boom! There was a lightning-like roar and a burst of explosion. The huge movement alarmed many people in the association. Liu Jie manipulated the soul chain in time and took it back in. Hardness and softness, you can do whatever you want, and the soul chain can also change its shape. Liu Jie nodded in satisfaction, and then put the soul chain back into the void. He estimated, his own strength should have already caught up with the 5-star awakened ones. The next day, Liu Jie simply packed up and saluted. Prepare to quietly go to the 2nd district alone. Did not expect. He just walked to the door. I saw that the former team members had already waited again. Zhang Kuang, Yu Shan and the others watched him with a smile. If I knew you didn't like to make noise, I would sneak away alone. Sure enough, we caught him. Yu Shan grinned, walked over and hugged Liu Jie with his broad shoulders. But we are brothers in a small team. Brothers want to leave, so we can't do it if we don't send them off. Zhang Kuang and the other 2 team members nodded vigorously and looked at Liu Jie. Well, I got caught by you, I really don't like crowds. Liu Jie looked at the brothers who had been together for more than a month, and at the last moment they came to say goodbye, and a warm current flowed through his heart. Captain Liu, you are leaving, brothers will miss you. You are so awesome in our 1st district, don't let us down in the 2nd district. Yu Shan said again. Liu Jie's eyes turned red when he saw this burly guy, and he couldn't help being moved. He stretched out his fist and bumped each team member one by one. Don't worry, It's not just in the 2nd district. In the future, there will be the 3rd district, the 4th district, the 5th district, and even the 6th district and the Holy Spirit Academy, and I will make a big name. The other side. Just when Liu Jie said goodbye to Team 749 one by one. The vice president's office on the 5th floor. Chen Baishui leaned on the window, closely watching Liu Jie's movements. The expression is thoughtful. Suddenly, she made a phone call. The telephone line was placed separately, and even Zhang Yongguo didn't know that there was such a telephone line in Chen Baishui's office. Hello, I'm codename Frost. Subordinates want to report to an awakened person with exceptional talent and strength, ability level F, who has been awakened for more than a month now, and his strength has reached 3 stars. Yes, please pay close attention, it can be listed as a key observation object. After putting down the phone, Chen Baishui looked at the back of Liu Jie, who was fading away downstairs, her red lips curved into a smile. Brat, don't let me down. Liu Jie left early in the morning. By the time the awakened people in the first area reacted, he had long since disappeared. Many people were annoyed, and quickly put their minds into the task. However, the Psionic Association in the 1st district had an unexpected visitor. With anticipation and joy on her face, Lu Qingyi stepped into the gate of the association. The pretty girl at the front desk recognized her immediately. This is a well-known girl genius in the 3rd district, a future star with S-level abilities. The girl at the front desk didn't dare to offend, so after the grand reception, she trotted all the way to invite the president to come out. When Zhang Yongguo heard that Lu Qingyi was coming, he didn't swallow a sip of tea, so he immediately got up to greet her. The moment he saw Lu Qingyi, Zhang Yongguo's old eyes lit up. 5 stars on the epaulettes. 5-star awakener. It's really a boy born from a hero. He deserves to be an S-rank awakener. The last time he said goodbye, he was just looking for the moon, and he was promoted to 5-star so quickly. Lu Qingyi wanted to see her younger brother urgently and had no time to be courteous. Just ask my brother. The president thought to himself that this is really unfortunate. Your brother just left this morning. So he sighed. Alas, your brother Liu Jie. Has gone. When Lu Qingyi heard this, she was struck by lightning. The expectant smile froze instantly. My brother is dead. Zhang Yongguo had a question mark on his face. A strong sadness melted away. From Lu Qingyi's body, it spread to the entire office. Her expression changed from anticipation and joy to sadness and grief. Zhang Yongguo was surprised to find that the tea table and cups in his office, and even the tables, chairs and benches were shaking uncontrollably. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The blue-purple lightning arc jumps and flashes. The incandescent lamps in the room were affected by the lightning, flickering. The floor is shaking. An astonishing momentum suddenly erupted from the 5th floor office of the Psionic Association. Until it spreads to 1 layer. All the awakened were shocked. What happened? The earth is shaking. In the room. Lu Qingyi was furious, and the terrifying momentum waved one after another. All electrical equipment is affected by her S-level lightning ability, and there are different degrees of changes. Zhang Yongguo and his little secretary Wang Qi were shocked. Is this the power of the 5-star awakened? The ability can already resonate the entire building. Too frightening. Zhang Yongguo hastily explained. Miss Qingyi, you misunderstood. When I said Liu Jie left, I didn't mean he sacrificed, but the literal meaning, Liu Jie went to the 2nd district. The abnormality disappeared instantly. The tea table, cups, tables, chairs, and electric lamps and appliances all fell back to their original places, quietly. The trembling of the walls and the humming of the building disappeared. Only Lu Qingyi looked surprised and delighted. She heard Zhang Yongguo's words clearly, and her heart was shaken. Brother Liu Jie went to the 2nd district so soon. Subsequently, intense joy burst out in Lu Qingyi's heart. My brother's growth rate is much faster than I imagined. Single quote. A dark star said in her heart. After confirming Lu Jiyi's news, Lu Qingyi couldn't bear the longing in her heart anymore. After greeting Zhang Yongguo, he rushed to the 2nd district without stopping. Looking at the back of Lu Qingyi leaving in a hurry, Zhang Yongguo's old face couldn't help sighing. As expected, like a sister, there must be a brother. The talents of these 2 siblings are too amazing. Given time, the future is limitless. The other side, Liu Jie trekked for most of the day. Has successfully arrived at the Psionic Association in the 2nd District. After coming to the front desk of the 2nd District to report. The front desk lady took the information in Liu Jie's hand, read it carefully, and immediately raised her eyebrows. Huh, F-level ability. Is the information printed wrong? Liu Jie said calmly. No. The front desk lady couldn't help but looked up at Liu Jie carefully, her eyes locked behind the Samsung badge on his shoulder, and she sighed. It's a miracle that someone like you can reach the 2nd District. Liu Jie is not sure about this. After completing the handover procedures, there is still a series of cumbersome registration procedures. The front desk called another secretary girl. A secretary girl in a black professional suit knee-length skirt brought Liu Jie into a room. There were 2 other awakened people lying bored inside. From now on, you are members of Team 443. His name is Liu Jie, and he has just been promoted from the 1st District. The secretary girl briefly completed the handover work, and left in a hurry. Liu Jie originally thought that joining the team this time was the same as joining the 749 team before. The captain introduced himself to the team, and then showed him around the training facilities, and had a meal to deepen his relationship. Did not expect. Team 443 plus myself, there are only 3 people in total. You are Liu Jie. Sudden. The 2 teammates who had been lying on the sofa board before bounced up a carp, and asked Liu Jie curiously with wide-eyed eyes. Liu Jie raised his eyebrows. It's me, what's wrong? Are you the ruthless person who beat Chu Qingquan in the 1st District? Awesome, brother. Liu Jie was taken aback. Can this matter spread to the 2nd District? He nodded indifferently, as an acknowledgement of the matter. And at this time, it is located in a semi-open KTV entertainment venue of the 2nd District Psychic Association. Chu Qingquan hugged a princess in each of his left and right hands. The 2 private room princesses winked like silk, and said in a coquettish voice. Master Chuan, don't touch it, let's sing a song. Chu Qingquan enjoyed closing his eyes and not speaking. Suddenly a person walked into the door and whispered a few words in front of him. Chu Qingquan's eyes opened instantly, and a real fire burned in them. This evil pen really dares to come to the 2nd District. Have courage. Go and kill him. Finished. Chu Qingquan pushed away the 2 princess girls on the left and right, put on his coat and was about to someone aggressively. All the way to Liu Jie here. After seeing Liu Jie himself, Chu Qingquan was so angry that his nose was crooked. I didn't expect you to be so kind, you really dare to come to the side of the master. You too, are you going to be a member of his team? Grandpa, let's talk about it today. Who dares to team up with this kid? Don't blame me for being rude. Chu Qingquan pointed at Liu Jie and roared. The 2 teammates around Liu Jie were shuddered by the yelling, and there was not only unwillingness but also deep fear in their eyes. They didn't have the guts to offend Chu Qingquan. Looking at Liu Jie timidly, the 2 of them said sorry in their hearts, and then slipped away like a defeated dog with its tail between its legs. Liu Jie has always looked down on everything with a cold eye. The departure of his unfamiliar teammates did not cause waves in his heart. After all, he himself is the king who controls Hellfire. Whether he has teammates or not doesn't matter to him. In the darkness, Liu Jie soldiers shuttled through the evil spirits in hell. On the contrary, Liu Jie was amused that Chu Qingquan came out so impatiently to provoke him. He looked at Chu Qingquan coldly, and said with a sneer. Since when did the huge 2nd District become the domain of a defeated individual like you? Such a big place, can you cover it? Chu Qingquan laughed angrily. Not to mention the 2nd District, even in the 3rd District, there is no one who does not give himself face. Just by himself, Big Brother is the strongest in District 5. 9-star awakened. Didn't you see those 2 teammates facing your threat? Didn't you dare to fart and ran away? So he laughed wildly. Boy, listen to me. My big brother's name is Chu Qinghai. Inquire about him, the 9-star awakened person in the 5th District. Do you know what a 9-star awakener is? An existence with 1 foot about to step into the sky. With my brother covering me, I'm crazy, stepping on you is not negotiable. Chu Qingquan's expression at the moment was full of complacency. He thought to himself, the 9-star awakened, might he be able to scare this weak country bumpkin from the 1st District? However, After Lu Jie heard this, his expression was not flustered. Instead, she smiled lightly, and said lightly to him. Oh, so what? It's not that I rubbed on the ground. Hitting you would make my hands dirty. Lu Jie's contemptuous and disdainful smile caught Chu Qingquan's eyes. You're looking for death. Chu Qingquan only felt an evil fire jumping up in his chest. His eyes were bloodshot and red as he watched Lu Jie panting heavily. A ghostly green undead escaped from the body surface. Actually disregarding the rules of the Psionic Association that no infighting is allowed, and want to make a move. Lu Jie cast him a cold look. If this person really wants to do it, he doesn't mind teaching him an unforgettable lesson. Swish! Dozens of dark green ghosts attached to Chu Qingquan's body in the blink of an eye. With a low growl, he was about to charge up with red eyes. Lu Jie's heart skipped a beat, and he was just about to make a move. Snapped. There was a clear and loud lightning strike. Chu Qingquan was beaten more than 10 meters away by a thunder whip. It was blown away. Then at the end of the corridor, a woman covered in lightning arcs gradually dissipated walked out. Lu Jie's eyes widened involuntarily, and he saw his sister, Lu Qingyi. Chu Qingquan lay on the ground in pain and got up moaning. Just when she was about to speak harshly, she suddenly saw 5 stars on Lu Qingyi's shoulder. The cruel words that had come to his lips were immediately swallowed back by him forcefully. Chu Qingquan was indeed crazy and arrogant, but his mind was quite normal. In any case, he was no match for a 5-star awakened person. Big brother Chu Qinghai was powerful, but he couldn't teleport over to help him find a place. A good man doesn't suffer from immediate losses. He buried his head and ran away in despair. Younger brother. At this time, Lu Qingyi's fair and pretty face was full of smiles. Looking at the face of my younger brother Lu Jie, my heart couldn't help beating. She opened her arms and embraced Lu Jie's body excitedly. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.